Hello everyone, and welcome back to a new series where we are going to build a full stack real-time chat application. It's going to be a very cool project because we'll be using the latest Expo router and its file-based routing. In the backend, we will use Nodejs, Express, and MongoDB. For the real-time communication, we will use sockets. So a while ago, I built a Firebase chat app and you guys asked to build a real-time chat app using sockets. So here it is. Now, whether you're a beginner trying to understand the full stack development or an experienced developer looking to build a production-ready chat app, then this is the project for you. So make sure to subscribe the channel, and without further wasting any more time, let me show you the features of this application. So this app is called Bubbly, and let me just log out to show you from the start. And this is the welcome page. And when user first opens the application, he will see this beautiful animation. Then he moves to the welcome page. Let's get started. There we can sign up and create an account. We already have an account, so let me just log in using my account. Okay, so now we're in the home screen and we see two tabs at the top, direct messages and the group messages. Then we see a plus icon at the bottom that will start a new conversation. So when we are in the group tab, and if we click on this, this will ask to create a new group, choose a group name, members. But if we're in the direct messages and then we click on this, it will just ask to select the member that you want to chat with. So if I click on the member, it will open the chat history. Then on the top right, we have this setting icon where we can edit and update the user profile information like the name and the image. So let's go back and see the main features of this app, which is messaging. So if I open this conversation, we can see the chat history. So let me open the same conversation on Android. So here you can see the chat history between the two users. Now let me try to send a new message from this side and hit send. There we can see the message is sent and received on Android. Now this is also updating in the conversation list. So if I go back here and try to send a test message, you can see it's updated in the conversation list as well. So let's open the chat history and send some more messages. One thing that you will notice that it's very fast. As soon as I click on the send icon, it instantly appears on the second device because we're using socket.io. That's why it's very fast. So I'll show you how you can implement this. So the messaging is working. Now let me show you that we can upload the images as well. So if we pick an image, it will show at the bottom like this, and we can type a message and then hit send. There we can see the image is sent and received on the Android, and we are using Cloudinary to save the images so user can send the images as well. Now let me show you the groups feature. If we open any group, it will show all the message history from all the users. So only the invited members can send the messages in the group. So let me open the same group, movie night. And let's send a message from this side. Hit send. There we can see a message from me. Then we can send another message from Jon Snow. Okay, so there we can see user can converse in the groups as well. So if I wanted to send the message from another user, I will have to log out from my account and log in as Alexander. There we go. Now let's go to groups, movie night. We can see the recent messages that I sent from Jon Snow and my account. So let's send a new message from this one, and there we can see the message is received on the other device. So the group messages are working, and let me show you how we can chat with the new user. So if I click on this plus icon, we can see a list of the users, and if we click on any user, it will open the chat history or start a new conversation. And same with the groups, we can create a new group. So for that we will have to choose the group members. So let's select the group members, name this group as the test group, choose an avatar, let's choose this one, and then hit create group. So the group is created and we are redirected into the conversation, and let's send a message. Okay, so the message is sent. Now I want to reply this from my account, so I'll have to log out from this account and then log back in using my account. Go to the groups, and there we can see the new group at the top, and let's just reply. Okay, so this is how the group messages is working and the direct messages are working. Now on the top we have this setting icon. So if we click on this, there we can see the profile information. We can update the name and the profile avatar. So let's change the image and the name to Nomi, and then update. There we can see the name is updated, and if we open the profile, the image is updated as well. So everything is working smoothly, not only on the iOS, but everything is working perfectly on Android as well. So this was just a brief demo of all the features of the application, and if you want to build this application, then just follow this tutorial with me and we will build it together. If you're new to the channel, then do subscribe the channel and like the video, maybe share it with your React Native friends. I don't know. Then you can find the source code link into the video description. You can also visit my website codewithnomi.com, and in the project section you will find this full stack chat application, and here you can get the source code for this app. You can also explore all the other professional apps on this page, and even subscribe to my newsletter if you want to get notified about these projects. So in the next part, we will start building this project. Hello everyone. In this part, we're going to start building this project. So first thing you're gonna do is open the Expo documentation to install an Expo router application. You can go to expo.dev/router/installation, and in the sidebar you will see this installation tab. Just go here, and here is the command that we need. Just copy this command. Then I'm gonna open the terminal, and we need to go to the desktop/chat app socket.io. I've already created a folder, so here we're gonna paste this command, and we're gonna name this as frontend and hit enter. Now this is going to install a template for Expo router, and this is done. So let's just close this, and let me open this project into VS Code and drag this here. Okay, so here is the project. And let me just zoom in and bring the iOS simulator as well. Okay, so here we have the template for the Expo router. We have tabs, and this is all the template code, but let's just ignore this for now and first run our application using npm run iOS. This is going to start building our project and run on the iOS simulator. Okay, cool. So there we can see the template code. We have two tabs at the bottom, Explore and Home. We're gonna pretty much remove everything and start from scratch. So first, let me just delete everything inside the app folder. Yes. Then it's saying that we need to create a new component that we will do in a second. So we need to remove the components as well. And then in the constants we don't need these colors, so let's remove them. Let's remove the hooks as well. Okay, so now we have a clean slate to start with. Now first I'm gonna paste some assets that we're gonna use during the development, so let me just drag them here. So these are some images, the background pattern, the default avatar, the group avatar, and the splash image and the welcome image that we're gonna use in this application. Don't worry, you'll find the link for these assets into the video description. I'm gonna remove the git from this folder so that we don't see all the highlighted files. So you can use this command rm-rf.git. So this will remove the git repo from this folder. Now let's create a new folder, utilities, and then I'm gonna create a new file, styling.ts. And here I'm gonna paste some functions that we're gonna use to make our app responsive. So here basically I have a fixed width and the height for a device. Then we are using a horizontal scaling and the vertical scaling to scale the design to be responsive. But if you're not gonna use this, then there is another library that pretty much uses the same thing. So if you go into Google and here write React Native Size Matters, this is the library that does the same thing. It also provides you with the scale and vertical scale functions that you can use to make everything responsive. But I did not install this library, and I just write this because these are the functions that we're gonna use, so I don't have to install a library for this. Then I'm gonna define a theme for our project. So let's create a file, theme.ts, and I'm gonna copy and paste the theme configuration here. So here we're using the scale and vertical scale functions from utilities that I just showed you. Then we have some fixed colors for our theme, some spacing horizontally, so we can use these predefined values, spacing vertical, and some radius values. So we can just import these variables and use these values. You can find the link for this file into the video description. So then I'm gonna create a types file which is going to have all the types that we're going to use. So let me just copy and paste all the types here. Don't worry, I'm just going to paste it for now, but I will show you all the types whenever I use any. So you can just copy the code from here, or you can find the link of this file into the video description. Okay, so then let's close this, and now we're gonna create the first component of our first screen of our application, index.ts. Let's create a functional component, and we're going to use this as a splash screen. So let me just run our project. Okay, so there we can see splash screen. Now we're gonna use this as a splash screen. It will show for like 1.5 seconds and then it will go away. So we need to create a welcome page where we need to go. So let's create a welcome.tsx file in the auth group. By the way, if you want to learn about Expo router and its file-based routing, then I have another detailed video on this, so go watch that first if you are new to Expo router. Now let's start designing the splash screen, and here let's make it container, and let's add the styles for the container. Let's add the flex one, justify content as center, then align items as center, and the background color will be different. So we're gonna use a background color from our theme variables. Let's import the colors, and we'll use neutral 900 color. So if we go into the colors, this is the same variable that I showed you earlier. We're going to use this throughout the development. So let's save this. There we can see the color. So now we're gonna use a component called status bar to change the font colors of the status bar. Let's add a property bar style as the light content, and the background color will be a neutral 900 from our colors. Okay, so now I'm gonna use an animated logo for our application. So for that we need to use animated.image component from reanimated. So if you go into package.json, we are using the latest Expo router, which is 53, and then the Expo router 53 includes reanimated library, so we don't have to install it separately. Then here we're gonna include the source for the image. So let's use an image from the assets. That's called the splash image.png. Then we're gonna define an entering property where we define the type of the animation. It should suggest the entering property, and we need to import animated from reanimated, not from React Native. So I think we will need to do it manually, because React Native also have a built-in animated library. We don't want to use that. We need to use React Native reanimated. Now if we type entering, now we have a suggestion. So here we're gonna have the animation type as fade in down. Then we're gonna use a function duration of 700 milliseconds, then a function springify. So this will have a spring-like motion. Then let's define a style, which we will define later, and then the resize mode will be contain. Okay, let's save this. So there we can see the image and it's already animating, but let's define the styles for the logo. Let's add the height as 23% and the aspect ratio will be 1. Let's save this. So there we can see the logo. Now we need to get rid of these white borders, and for that we're gonna define a stack inside this. So let's create a layout file, and then let's create a functional component. Here we need to import the stack component from Expo router. Let's close this and save this. Okay, so the bottom white border is gone, but now we have this header. So if I just refresh the application, we still have this, but we do have a way to hide this. So if I add screen options inside this tag, I can add a property header shown set to false. There we go. So all the white borders are gone. Now the splash screen is ready. So the next thing is to go to the welcome page after a split second. So here we have a welcome page. Let's go into the index file, and here we need to define a use effect hook. So this will work like a component did mount function if you are familiar with the class components. So we need to define the router from Expo router. Then here after 1.5 seconds, which is 1500 milliseconds, we need to navigate to the welcome page. Here we can see. So let's save this. And after 1.5 seconds, it goes to the welcome page. Let's just refresh and see. Okay, so now we have a splash screen and we are navigating to the welcome page. Now we're gonna design the welcome page, but first we have this issue where the content conflicts with this notch area, the dynamic island. So for that, we're gonna create a component as the screen wrapper. And let's create a functional component. Basically, it's going to wrap all the screens and add a padding top for all the screens so that we don't have this issue. This will have some properties as the style, children. We're also going to show a pattern in the background. So show pattern by default is going to be false. Then is model, it's going to be false. We can use this for the models. Then background opacity, by default this is going to be 1. Okay, so this will have the prop type as screen wrapper props. So if I click on this, you will see I'm using the following properties for the screen wrapper. So you can just copy these. Then let's add this padding top for this wrapper. So let's create a padding top. And for this one, this will be different for iOS and Android. So we're going to use platform.os to check if the OS is iOS. Then we are going to use the height from the dimensions. So let's get the height from dimensions. We can get this from React Native. Then get function window. So this will get the height of the current window we are in. So we're going to use the padding top as height multiplied by 0.06. But for Android, we're going to use fixed 40 pixels. Then let's add the padding bottom. It's going to be 0 for all the screens, but this will change if we are in a model. So we have to define that condition as well. If is model is true, that means it's being used in a model, and the padding top for that will be different. So let's copy this and the height for iOS will be height multiplied by 0.02, and for Android it will be 45 pixels. Then the padding bottom for the model will be height multiplied by 0.02, like this. So we are also going to use a background pattern for this screen wrapper. So let's use a component image background from React Native. Now we need to define some styles for the image and this component. So style will be flex1, and then the background color will be different based on if it's a model or a screen. So if his model is true, then we're going to use a white background, but if it's a screen, then the color will be neutral 900, like this. Then we also need to define the style for the image in the background. So image style will be opacity, and it's going to be based on the show pattern. If a show pattern is true, then we're going to use the opacity passed from the parent component, but if it's false, then the opacity will be 0, like this. So let's add a source for this image, and we already have this image in the assets as the background pattern.png. So let's save this, and we still haven't used the paddings for the container, so let's do that. Let's create a view. We need to import this from React Native. Okay, so we need to import the view like this, and then let's add a style. This is going to be an array of the styles, and the first object will be the paddings. So padding top, and then the padding bottom, which we defined at the top, then the flex1, and then we will also define the style object, which we are passing from the parent component in case if we need to override any styles. So in this view, we need to render the children components like this. Then I'm also gonna define the status bar component to change the style for the content in the status bar. So light content, and the background color will be transparent, like this. So let's save this, and now it's ready to be used in a screen. So let's go to welcome screen, and here import this container. Let's save this. So there we go, the screen is black, but if we use a property show pattern as true, this is going to show the pattern. There we go, we can see the pattern. It looks like the WhatsApp background pattern. So we can change the opacity of this background pattern. So if I define it as 0, we don't see it, but if I define it as 0.5, then we can see the background with less opacity. So now I'm gonna create another component for all the typography in our application. So let's create a typo.tsx. It's going to be used for all the text in our application, and this will have some properties as size of 16. Then the color will be the text color from our theme. So we already have defined this color in the colors variable, so there we can see. So then it will have the font weight property, and it's going to be 400 by default. Then the children component, which is going to be text, then the style and some text properties. By default, this is going to be an empty object. So this will be of type typo props. And if I go into the types, there you can see all the types and their properties. So you can just copy this from here. So let's go back, and here we need to define a variable for all the text style. And the first style will first property we will have is the font size. So it's going to be of type text style, which we can import from React Native. So we will have some suggestions for all the styles like this. So font size will be the vertical scale into the size that we're passing to this component. So yeah, we can use the vertical scale for making the fonts responsive for our application. So we can use this. Then the color and the font weight that we're passing to this component. So here we need to remove this and use a text component, and the style will be the text style that we just created, and the style we're passing from the parent component in case if we need to override. Then we need to spread all the text properties like this, and inside this we will just render the children component, which is going to be the text that we will use. So let's just remove this. Okay, so this component is ready, and let's try to use this in welcome screen and see what happens. Let's save this. So we don't see this because the default color is black, but if I change the color to colors.white, there we can see the text. Now we can add other properties as the size. Let's add the size of 30. Now it's bigger, and then we can use a property font weight. It's also going to suggest all the values because we use the right type for all these properties. Okay, so it's working now. Let's just remove this, and now I'm gonna copy and paste the entire style sheet for the welcome screen, and I'll just explain these whenever we're gonna use them, so this will save me some time. Let me just import these variables. Okay, so this is the style sheet for the welcome page. Now let's create a view and give this a style of container like this. So you can already see the container styles at the bottom: flex one, justify content, padding, and margin. So you can just copy these properties. Now inside this view, I'm gonna create another view to align everything into the center. So let's give it a style of align items as center. Then inside this, we're gonna use the typo component, and this will have color of white, the size of 43, and then the font weight will be 900. And this will say bubbly as the name of our application. So let's save this. There we can see the name. Okay, so after this, I'm gonna display an image, and this will also be an animated image. So let's import animated.image component, and then let's define the entering property as the fade in animation. The duration will be 700, and we're gonna use the same Springify method just like before. And then let's define the source. It's already saved in our assets as the welcome image. So images/welcome.png. Okay, now we're gonna define the style. So style will be styles.welcomeImage. As I hover over the welcome image style, you can see the properties. Okay, so then the resize mode will be contain. Let's close this and save this. There we can see the image. Then we're gonna create another view, and here I'm gonna display a message. So let's use the typo, and this will have a color of white. Yes, this one. So we need to change the text to stay connected, and change the size to 33, and the font weight will be 800. Let's save this. There we can see. So we're gonna have 3 lines. So let's copy this 2 more times, and this will say stay connected with your friends and family. And let's change this one. Great. So now I'm gonna display a button after this, and I will need to create a custom button component for this, so this can be used after in our application. So let's create a new component. Name is add button.tsx. Let's create a functional component. Let's save this, and let's just import it here, this one, and let's save this. Okay, so there it should be here, but because it's black, that's why we can't see it. But this will have some properties as the style, the onPress function, the children, and the loading. By default, the loading will be false like this, and this will have the properties from our types file as the button props. Okay, so if I go into the button props, you will see these properties and their types. So you can just copy these. It also extends the touchable opacity. So this will be a touchable opacity. Then here we need to render the children component. This can be text or any icon. We need to import the touchable opacity like this. Then we need to define an onPress function that we passed from the parent component. And then the style for this, we're going to have two styles, the default styles and the style object that we passed from the parent component. Now let's define the default button styles. First is going to have a background color from our theme. We'll use the primary color for the button. And then the border radius, we'll use the full radius from the radius variable. And then the border curve will be continuous. The height will be the vertical scale of 56 like this. And then the justify content into center and align items to the center as well. Okay, so let's save this. And there we can see the button already, but we don't see any content because we haven't passed any children component. Now I'm gonna handle a case where if the loading is true, then we need to return the loading state. So for that, we're gonna return a view, and this will have the same styles as the button. This will occupy the same space as the button, but the difference will be the background color will be transparent and it will show the loading. So now we need to show the loading component here, which we haven't created yet. So first we will need to create a loading component as well. For now, let's just leave it like that and create a loading component. Let's create a functional component, and here we need to pass some properties as the size and the color. So size will be by default large, and the color will be default primary color from our theme. And this is the same props as the loading indicator, activity indicator. So we can just import the props from React Native like this. So here we need to add the style so that it takes the full space, flex one, justify content center and align items into the center like this. So now we can remove this and use the activity indicator, which works both for the iOS and the Android, and define the size and the color properties. Okay, so the loading component is complete and we can go back and use the loading here. And with this, the button component is complete as well. So let's go back to the welcome screen, and here we need to add the content for this button. So let's use the typo, and this will say get started. Let's save this, and there we can see the content. Now we can show the loading by just adding the loading as true on this button. Let's save this. I think we made a mistake somewhere. Okay, we need to return this view, so we forgot to return this view. Let's add this here and remove the semicolon. Let's save this. So there we can see the loading, and if we remove the loading or make it false, this will go away and show the button like this. Now let's add the size as 23 for this text, and the font weight will be bold. So I want to make this button white, and for that we can override the styles and give it a background color of colors.white. Let's save this, and there we can see the button. Now when we click on this, nothing happens, but we need to move to registration page. So first let's create those pages inside the auth group, the login page, a functional component, and let's rename this. Okay, then a register page, the functional component, and let's rename this and save this. Okay, so now we're gonna move to register page from this button, and for that we need to define a router using use router from Expo router. Then let's define an onPress function on this button, and this will move to the register page, this one. So let's save this, and let me just reload the application. So now when we click on this get started button, we move to registration page, and to fix this, we're gonna use a screen wrapper like this. And we still don't see the text, and for that we're gonna use typo and give it a color of colors.white. So there we can see the register text. Now let me just reload. And with this, we have completed the welcome screen design, the splash screen. We have made components like the typography and the button. So this is it for this video, and in the next video, we'll start working on the authentication UI. Hello everyone. In this part, we're going to start building the authentication UI. So first, I'm going to change the opacity for this welcome screen. So let's go to this component and add a property, background opacity. Let's make it 0.5. Now it looks better. So let's go to the register component. And here first, I'm going to copy and paste the style sheet for the register screen. And let me just import all these variables. So I'll show you these styles whenever we will use them. Okay, cool. So now I'm gonna start designing the registration component. First, we need to import the keyboard avoiding view so that the keyboard does not conflict with the inputs on the screen. And here we need to add some properties as the style as flex1. Then we need to add a property behavior. It will be different for iOS and Android. So if the device is iOS, then it will be padding. And if it's Android, then it's going to be height like this. So let's save this. Okay, so let's go to the registration page. Okay, nothing has changed for now. So now we're gonna start designing. First, let's remove this, and here let's add a container view. Let's give it a styles of container like this. So we're also gonna have the pattern for this screen. So let's add the property show pattern as true. Okay, there we can see the pattern. Now for the container, we have the following styles. So you can just copy these. Then inside this, I'm gonna add a view. This will be the header. So let's give it a style of header. And for the header, we have the following styles. This is justified space between. So there's gonna be content on the left and the right side. Now let's add a back button. So we need to make this component so that we can reuse it every time. So let's create a new component, back button. Let's create a functional component. Okay, now let's just import it here. Okay, cool. So now let's go into the back button, and here we're gonna receive some properties as the style. Then the icon size, by default it's going to be 26, and then the color, and it's going to be white by default. And then it will have the prop type as back button props. And if I go to this file, then you can see I have these properties and their types, so you can just copy these. So we're gonna need to define the router so that we can go back if we press on this back button. And here let's make it touchable opacity, and then we're gonna add an onPress method. So here let's use the router to use the back function like this, and then we're gonna add two styles for the button default style and the style that we're passing from the parent component. Okay, so let me add the button styles here. Let's just leave it for now because I don't think we will need that. Now let's remove this, and here I'm gonna add an icon, caret left icon. I think we haven't installed the icon library yet, so we're going to use Phosphor React Native for the icons. This is an awesome library for free icons, so I highly recommend using this. This is their website. You can explore all the icons here. So the icon that we're gonna use is caret left, so we can search for the icons. There you can see caret left. We're going to use this one. So first we need to install this. So let me just stop the server and install this library. Okay, the library is installed. Now let me just run our application. we need to reload. Okay, so we don't see any error. That's a good sign. Now let's import the caret left and use it. I hope it auto imports, and it's not, so we're gonna have to import it manually. Phosphor React Native, and we're gonna import caret left, this one. Then let's use it here. We are also gonna define some properties as the size of the icon, the color, and the weight. So size will be vertical scale of the icon scale that we are passing. Then the color will be the color from the parent component, and then we have different weights for this icon, so it will suggest all the weights. You can also see these weights on their website. So this is the fill, and then we have dual tone and regular sized icon. So this is the regular, but we're gonna use the weight as bold for this icon. Let's close it and save this. It should appear here. Let me just reload. Okay, there we can see the back icon. Now this component is complete. Now let's go back, and here let's pass the property as icon size. We're gonna use the icon size of 28. There we can see. Okay, so after this I'm gonna add a typo, and here I'm gonna add the size of 17. Then the color will be white. We're gonna have a text here as needs some help. Let's save this. So there we can see the design. So this is the header design. Now after the header, we're gonna add another view for the content area. So let's give it a style as content. Okay, for the content we have these following properties of the style, so you can just copy this. It's rounded on the top, so it will look just like this. So let's save this, and there you can see the border area, the top area is rounded. Okay, so inside this content view I'm gonna add a scroll view. Then I'm gonna add the content container styles and give this a style of form. It just have a gap of 5. Also let's hide the vertical scroll indicator like this, and then inside this I'm gonna add another view and give this a style, and we're gonna have a gap of spacing vertical of 10. So I've already talked about this. We have predefined values using vertical scale, so we don't have to use vertical scale every time. We can just use these predefined values. Then the margin bottom will be spacing y of 15 like this. Then inside this view I'm gonna add a typo. Size will be 28, and the font weight it's going to be 600. Then this will say getting started. Let's save this. So there we can see the text. Now after this I'm gonna add another line that will say create an account to continue. We're going to remove these properties and just have color as the neutral 600 like this. So there we can see the line. Now after this I'm gonna add an input. So we're going to have a custom input component. So let's create a new file in the components as input.tsx. Then let's create a functional component, and I'm just gonna import it here for now. I save this. So there we can see the input. Now this input is going to receive some props, and it's gonna be of type input props. And in the input props we have icon, container style, input style, and the reference. And it also extends the input text input props, so you can just copy these types. Then here first I'm gonna add a view. Then let's give it a style as the styles.container, the default styles for the container. Then we're gonna have the container styles that will be passing from the parent component like this. And then we're gonna have one more style based on if it's focused. So if the input is focused, then we're gonna change the border for this input container, and we're going to define this property here is focused and set is focused. By default it's going to be false, but when we focus on the input we will change this to true. Okay, so then inside this we're gonna display the icon. Yes, we can pass the icon for this input as well. Then let's define the main input component, which is text input. And here I'm gonna add the style as the default input style, which we're gonna define in a second, and then the input style that we'll pass from the parent component. Let's also change the placeholder text color. It's going to be neutral 400. And then the reference for this input, in case if we need to control it from the parent component. So this is where we pass the input reference. And then the onFocus property. So this will trigger whenever the user clicks on the input and it's in focus. We're going to set isFocus to true, and onBlur property triggers when we move away the focus from the input, and then we will turn the isFocus to false, and then the rest of the properties. So we are seeing these errors because we still have to define these styles for the input. So let's add the container style, flex direction as row, then the height will be vertical scale of 56, then align items to the center and justify content as center as well. Then we're gonna have a border around this container, so border width will be 1, and then the border color will be neutral 200. Then it's going to be rounded, so border radius as radius.full, and then the border curve as continuous. Then we're gonna have some padding horizontal as spacing x of 15, and then the background color will be of neutral 100, like this. And then lastly we're gonna add a gap between the icon and the input, and it's going to be spacing horizontal of 10. So there we can see the container style already. It's going to be our input. Now let's add the primary border. It's going to be active when the input is in focus here, so it will only be added when isFocus is true, and it will have just the border color as the primary color from our theme. So now we're gonna add the input styles. So these are the styles for the main text input component here. Now I'm gonna add the flex as 1 so that it takes full space, and then the color of the font will be the text color from the theme colors, and then the font size will be vertical scale of 14. Let's save this. So there we have our input. We're not passing any icons, so that's why it's not displaying any. Now we're gonna have to pass some properties to make it work. So let's go to the register component, and here we need to add the property as the placeholder. So first we're gonna have the name input, and it's going to say enter your name like this. And we can pass this property even though we haven't specified it anywhere, because we are spreading all the props into the text input. So this will just be on the text input. Then we can add on change text. This will return a string value, which we will just console log for now, like this. And then we're gonna pass the icon. So let's add the icon. We're gonna use the phosphor icons, so let's import all the icons at once. So let's import everything as the icons from phosphor React Native, and let's use the user icon using the icons like this. And then we're gonna pass some properties as the size and the color, so vertical scale of 26, and then the color will be neutral 600. Okay, let's close this, and let's close the input tag and save this. Okay, there we can see the input, but it's not what I expected. I think there must be something went wrong. So okay, so here we need to make this an array. This is using the wrong parentheses. So there we can see the input is correct. Now if we click on this, you can see the border changes, and if we change the focus, then it goes away. So the is focused property is working and it's adding the primary border. So the input component is working. So now I'm gonna add the state for the inputs, but I'm gonna use the reference for each input because I think this is better, because we will not be re-rendering the whole component whenever user types anything in the input. So I think useref hook works better in this case. So now I'm also gonna define other properties as is loading. Set is loading, by default it's going to be false. And then we're also gonna use the router to move to the login page as well. So let's define the router like this. Okay, so now let's use this reference to change its current value whenever a user types anything in the name input like this. So now we're gonna have two more inputs like this for the email and the password. So let's copy this 2 more times. Let's save this. There we can see. Now let's change this to enter your email, and here we will update the email reference, and the icon will be @ symbol. So if I save this, you can see the @ symbol. Now for the password, this will say enter your password, and we're going to update the password reference like this, and then the icon will be lock icon. Let's save this, and there we can see the icon is changed. So this will have another property as secure text entry to hide the password. So you can see if I type anything here, we can see it, but we don't see the password. That's where this property is useful. Okay, so now after this input, we're gonna have another view. So this is basically a footer area where our submit button will go and some login text. So margin top will be spacing y of 25. And then the gap will be spacing y of 15. Now let's close this, and inside this we're gonna have the submit button. So let's import the button component and add the loading property using the is loading state. And then we're gonna define an onPress function which will trigger handle submit function that we'll create in a second. And inside this we will add a typo that will just say sign up. Okay, before we save this, we're gonna have to define this handle submit function. This is going to be an async function. Let's just leave it like that for now. So let's save this, and there we can see the button. Now let's change this text and add the font weight of bold, and the color will be black, and then the size will be 20. Let's save this. There we can see. Now after this, I'm gonna have another view for the footer area. So let's add a view, give this a style of footer. And for the footer, we have the following properties of the style. So you can just copy these. Then inside this, I'm gonna add a typo, and this will say already have an account. And then a login link. So let's add a pressable after this, and then add onPress property. We're gonna use the router to go to the login page. This one. And let's close this, and here let's add a typo and change the font weight to bold, and then the color will be primary dark color, and this will just say login. Let's save this. There we can see the login link. Now the design is complete, but when we click on this sign up button, nothing happens, and we do need to add some validations for this form. Let's go to this function, and here let's add a condition. If we don't have any value for the email, password, and the username, then we're gonna display an error message. Okay, so we're gonna use the alert from React Native, and this will say sign up, and the message will be please fill all the fields. And then we're gonna return from here. So we will not proceed further, but if we don't have this error, then we are good to go and begin the sign up process. So let's save this and see if this is working. Now if we click on this, we get this error, but if we have all the values in all the fields, now if I click on this, nothing happens. That means we are good to go. Okay, so everything is working. Now let's see the loading as well. So if I make this true, we can see the loading, and if I make this false, this will go away like this. So the registered component is complete, and if we click on the login link, this will take us to the login page, and we're gonna use the same component, same UI on the login as well. Let's copy this and paste it here. So the first thing I'm gonna do is change the component name to login like this. Let's save this, and you can see it's the same component, but we're gonna change some properties. So let's change this error message to login. Then in the header section, this will say forgot your password. Like this. And then this will say welcome back. And we're going to change this line as well. This will say we are happy to see you. Let's save this. There we go. Now we don't need the name input for the login, so let's just remove this section, and let's also remove this from the validations and the name reference as well. Okay, so let's see what else do we need to change here. So this needs to say login, and in the footer area this will say don't have an account. Then the link for the sign up, so this will go to register page and it will say sign up. Let's save this. So with this, the login screen is complete as well. So let me just reload the application and let's get started. We have the sign up page, we have added the validations, and we can go to login, and then we can go to sign up from here as well. Okay, so with this, the authentication UI is complete, and in the next part we'll work on the backend. Hello everyone, in this part we're going to work on the backend. So now we're gonna open the terminal and go to this folder where our application exists, chat app socket IO. And here we have a front-end folder. So now we're gonna make a new directory using this command backend, and this will create a backend directory for us. Let me just open this and drag it here. So I've opened this directory into VS Code, and we can do the next steps from here. So let me just open the terminal. So first, to initialize a project, we're gonna run this command npm init-y. So this will create a package.json file for us. You can see the file here. Now we're gonna install some libraries that we're gonna use. So let's just run this command npm install express mongoose.env cores, and then the socket.io and jsonwebtoken. Then press enter, and this is going to install all of these libraries. Okay, so this is done. Now we're gonna install the types for all of these libraries. So I'm just gonna copy and paste this command. By the way, you can find this command into the video description. We are installing types for express, cores, mongoose, and the socket.io. So just press enter, and this is installed. So because we're using TypeScript, so I'm gonna run this command to create a TypeScript configuration file. Okay, so there we can see a TS configuration file where all the TypeScript configuration will go, but we won't be using this. So let's just close this. Now I'm gonna install a package called Nodemon. So this is very important for us because this is going to watch our server, and whenever there is a change, it will restart the server. So first I'm gonna create a server file. Just to show you how it will work, I'm just gonna create a console log here. This will say backend, And let's just create a script in the package.json. Let's call it dev. And we're gonna use the nodemon command and the file that we're watching. So I'm just gonna write index.ts. And let's save this and run this script as npm run dev. Okay, so there you can see it's watching all the TypeScript and JSON files, and there we can see the backend console log. So it's going to watch all the files in this directory, all the routes, the controllers, and the models. So whenever there's a change and we save a file, this is going to restart everything. So if I write here console log as test live updates, it's going to restart running this file, and there you can see test live updates. So let's just remove this, and now we're gonna create a new file for all the types. So let me just create a file in the root directory, and here I'm gonna copy and paste all the types that we're gonna use in this project. So I'll just show you these whenever we're gonna use them. You can see we are using document and types from mongoose, but I'll explain whenever we're gonna use these. Now let's create a new file as .env. This is going to hold all the environment variables. First we're gonna have the port as 3000. Then let's go to the index file and start creating a new server. First I'm gonna export the express from express. Then we're gonna use a module called http. This is a built-in module. So then we're gonna import the course. Okay, so now using express, we're gonna create an express app. So let's create a variable and use express like this. Okay, so we're gonna need the environment variables here, and for that we're gonna import the .env library, and we're just gonna call the config function on this .env.config. Okay, so now I'm gonna use express.json function, and what this will do is it will parse all the incoming request data into JSON. Then I'm gonna use course to receive the request from everywhere. After this, I'm gonna create the first route as the get route, and here I'm gonna define a callback with the request and the response. And for now, I'm just gonna send a simple response as the server is running, just to see if everything is working. So we have created the route, but we still need to create the server, and first we will need to define the port. So let's create a port variable using process.env.port. And for some reason, if it's not defined, then we're gonna use 3000. Now let's create a server using http.create server, and here we're gonna provide the express app like this. And then we're gonna use the listen function to listen on this port, and in the callback we'll just add a console log saying that the server is running on the port 3000 like this. And let's save this. So there in the console we can see server is running on port 3000. That means the server is running, so we can confirm this. If we go to localhost 3000, there you can see the server is running, which is coming from the get route that we defined here. So now we have a basic Node.js server running. Now we're gonna work on setting up the database, and for database we're going to use MongoDB. So first thing you're gonna do is sign up if you haven't already. So let me just sign up using a new account. I'm gonna use Google sign up, and then it will say accept the privacy policy and terms of service. Just submit. So after you sign up, they will ask you questions about why you're using MongoDB and what you're building. You can answer these questions here, or like me, you can just skip these. And then they'll ask you to deploy your cluster. So there are multiple options for paid ones as well, but you're gonna use free one because the free one will be more than enough for our projects. And then the region provider, you can choose whatever you want, but I will leave this everything as it is, then create deployment. So now we're in the dashboard and the cluster is being created. Okay, so after the cluster is created, they will ask you to create a database user to connect to the database. You can close this and they will ask you when you try to connect to the cluster. So here we have cluster 0. We can edit the configuration or connect to this cluster. Here they will ask you to create a user. So for now, I'm just gonna create a test user and then add a strong password. So you will need to copy this user and password and save it somewhere safe. I'm just gonna copy it and save it. Then create as user. Now we're gonna choose a connection method. So here you're gonna use MongoDB for VS Code. Then it will provide a connection string. So we're gonna use this to connect to our cluster and read and write data into our database. So I'm just gonna copy this, go to the .env file. And then here I'm gonna create a new variable mongo URI and paste the string. Now where it says db password, we're gonna have to paste the actual password. So now we have the connection string, but this is not yet complete. We still need to manage the network access. So if we go to the sidebar, there we have network access tab, and this includes our current IP, which is good, but I want to access this cluster from everywhere. So we're gonna need to add a new IP address, then click on allow access from anywhere, then confirm. And it's created. Now what this means is we'll be able to access this cluster from every IP, I mean anywhere. So this is our cluster 0 and it's live. Okay, so now we're gonna try to connect to this database, and I'm gonna create a folder here, config, and then a new file inside as db.ts. So first we're gonna import mongoose. That will help us connect to the database. And then we're gonna import .env. Then we're gonna use the config function on this so that we can use the environment variables. Now we're gonna create a function connect db, and this is going to be an async function and it will return a promise. Okay, so let's add a try catch block in case if we get any errors. So first I'm gonna console log the error MongoDB connection error. Okay, so now we can connect to the database. Let's use the connect function on Mongoose, and we're gonna need to provide the Mongo URI that we created. So process.env.mongo URI. We're getting an error. Okay, so this needs to be as string like this. So here after we get the error, we're gonna throw the error. And then we're gonna export this function by default like this. Let's save this. So now what I'm gonna do is first we're gonna connect to the database, and then we're gonna listen to the server. So now I'm gonna import the connect db function, and here I'm gonna add then function, and inside this we're gonna move this part where we listen to the server. So it will only work when the database is connected like this. And then I'm gonna add the catch function, and this will give us an error if there is any while connecting to the database. And here I'm just gonna console log failed to start the server due to database connection error, and console log the error as well like this. Let's save this. So there you can see it says server is running on port 3000. That means it first connected to the database and then started the server. So here I'm just gonna add a console log saying database connected like this. And there we can see database connected and the server is running on port 3000. Okay, so now I'm gonna create a new folder for all the models. So first I'm gonna create the user model, and I'm gonna import the schema and the model from Mongoose. Now using schema, we're gonna create a new user schema. And here we also gonna provide the user props. Okay, so if I show you the user props, we have the following properties: email, password, name, avatar, and created. And it's also extending the document because in MongoDB each record is a document, so you can just copy these properties as the user props. Now let's define these properties here. First we're gonna have email. This is going to be of type string. Then it will be required and unique so that no user can use the same email twice. And then it will be lowercase, and we're gonna use trim as true so that it will get rid of the white spaces in the email. So this is email. Then we're gonna have the password field, and it's going to be of type string, and it will be required like this. Then we're gonna have the name property. This is going to be string and required as well. So I'm just going to copy this for other properties as well. This will be avatar, and then this will be created when the user is created. Avatar is of type string, and we don't need to make it required. Let's just add a default value as an empty string. Then created add will be type of date, and the default value will be date.now when the user is created. Okay, so now we need to export this. So let's use export default. Then we're gonna use the model, then define the user props, and the name will be user, and then the user schema like this. Let's save this. So now that we have the user schema, now we can create the routes for login and registration. So let's create a new folder as routes. So first we're gonna create the authentication routes. So let's create a file auth.routes.ts. So now I'm gonna use these auth routes in the server file, and this will be accessed under the auth segment. So this will say /auth and then the authentication routes. Now we're gonna need to import these as well. So import auth routes from routes/auth routes. And currently it's giving an error because we are not exporting any modules. So it's saying that this is not a module, which is okay. So to define these routes, I'm gonna use the router from Express. Let's import the router like this, and then we can define the routes on this one. So I'm going to use a post route on /auth/register, and then we're gonna define the request handler, which we'll do later. Let's copy this for the login route like this, and let's save this. We need to export this as well. So export default router. Let's save this, and this is going to fix the error. So now we need to create controllers for these request handlers. So I'm gonna create a new folder and then create an auth controller.ts. So here I'm gonna export two async functions for register and login. For now, let's just leave them empty. Okay, so now let's go to the routes, and here we're gonna use the register user handler and then the login user handler here. Okay, now these handlers will receive two properties as the request and the response. So let's define these. Request will be of type request from Express, and then the response will be of type response from the Express, and then this is going to return a promise like this. So here first we will need to get the data that we are sending from the front end. We're going to send the email, password, name, and avatar, and this will be received in the request body like this. Now we're also gonna define a try catch block. If there is any error, we'll just get this in the catch block. So let's just console log this error here. And using the response, we're gonna send an error response as well. So response.status of 500, and then we're gonna use the JSON function to return the response in JSON format, success as false, and the message will say server error like this. So in the try block, first we're gonna get the user to see if it already exists. So we're gonna use user.findOne function, and this will find the function in the database where the email is the one that we are providing. And then if we have the user, let's add a condition. If there is any user, then we're gonna return the error response. So let's set the status to 400 and return a JSON response as success false, and the message will say user already exists, and then a return statement like this. So if there is no user with that email, then we're gonna create a new user. So let's add a comment here as well. This will say check if it already exists. Okay, so now let's create the user using the user model. And here we're gonna provide the properties as the email, the password, name, and the avatar. So hopefully we won't be updating the avatar at signup. So this is gonna be avatar or just an empty string like this. So after this, we're gonna hash the password because we cannot store the passwords as plain text into the database. We will have to turn them into a hashed string and then save it into the database. And for that, we're gonna install another library called bcrypt.js. So just run this command npm install bcrypt.js. Okay, so that is done. Now let me just run our server. And there we can see the server is running. Now we're gonna create a salt using the bcrypt library. So bcrypt, we're gonna have to import it manually. Import bcrypt from bcrypt.js like this. And we usually create a salt of 10. So we're gonna use the function generate salt and provide the value as 10 rounds. And then using this salt, we're gonna hash the password. So user.password will be bcrypt.hash, then the password as the plain text, and then the salt. So this is going to provide us with the hashed password. So the password is hashed. Now we're gonna save the user. So await user.save function. So at this point, the user is saved, and now we're gonna generate a token that we need to send back to the front end. So we can't send the user sensitive data to backend. We have to send a token that contains the user data. So we'll have to send the response as success true and the token. So the question is, how do we create a token? And for this, I'm gonna create a separate file in the utilities as token.ts. So if you remember previously, we installed a library jsonwebtoken that will help us create a token. So here I'm gonna create a function that will receive the user data. It's gonna be of type user props. And inside this function, I'm gonna define the payload. And this will be an object containing the user object. And here we need to define the properties that we'll be sending to the front end. So ID, name, email, and the avatar. We're not including the password because we don't need the password string on the front end. So this is the payload, and then we're gonna use the library jsonwebtokens to use this payload and create a token. So let's import JWT from jsonwebtoken, and then we're gonna use the function sign and provide the payload with the user data. And then it also requires a secret or a private key, and that we're gonna define in the .env file because it's a secret key. So let's define JWT secret here. As this is a secret key, you must not share it with anyone, and this can be anything, your pet's name or your favorite color, but don't share it with anyone. I'm sharing it with you guys because I'm going to delete everything after this tutorial is complete. So let's use it here, process.env.jwt secret as a string like this. And then we can add some options as well. So when this token will expire, we can add a property expires in, and here we can add multiple types of values. We can provide days, hours, years. So if I add 30D, that means it will expire in 30 days. Or if I provide 1M, that means it will expire after 1 month. So I'm just going to copy and paste these values that you can use here. So you can use M for month, Y for year, H for hours, and S for seconds. I'm just gonna add 30 days. So this token will be expired after 30 days. Now let's save this. Okay, so this will create the token for us. Now let's go back to the controller. And here let's use this function and pass in the user data that we have just created. Like this, and this will create the token and send the token back. So this function will check if the user already exists. If not, create a user, hash the password, save the user, and create the token. So this is the gist of how registration is going to work in the backend. Now for the login route, let's just copy the same handler and paste it here. Now let's add some space here, and then let's change this to login user. Now we don't need this function, so let's just remove this. Okay, and we do not need the name and the avatar from the front end, so let's remove this. And basically we need to remove everything inside the try block. Okay, so the first thing we're gonna do is find the user by email. So we have the email and the password. Let's get the user, await user.find, and then provide the email. Now we're gonna add a condition. If there is no user found with this email, that means the user is using invalid credentials. So we're gonna return a response with the status 400, success false, and the message will say invalid credentials, and then a return statement after this. So this is when there is no user with this email, but if there is a user, then we're gonna compare the password and check if user is using the correct password. So we're gonna create a variable isMatch, and we're gonna use the bcrypt. Bcrypt also provides the compare function to compare the hash and the plain text password. If the password that the user is sending is correct, then this will be true, but if it's false, that means the user is using the wrong password. So we're getting this error here that password does not exist on user, and we can clearly see that it does exist on the user schema. So I'm not sure what's happening here. Password does not exist on type. Oh, okay, so this needs to be find one. Okay, that fixes the issue. So after this will be true or false, but if it's false, then we're gonna add a condition. If it doesn't match, then we're gonna return a response. Basically this is gonna be the same response, so let's just copy and paste it here. Invalid credentials, then return from here. And if it matches, then we're gonna generate the token and send a success response. That means the user is logged in successfully. Now let's save this. So in the login function, first we are checking the user by email, then we are checking the password, and then generating the token and sending it to the front end. So with this, we have created the backend, the database, the login, and the registration routes. And in the next part, we will implement these APIs in the front end. Hello everyone. In this part, we're going to implement the authentication APIs. So first let me just close the server, and then we're gonna install Axios and React Native async storage. So let me just copy the name for this library, React Native async storage, like this. This will be used for saving the token, and then we're gonna install another library, JWT decode. This will help us decode the token that we'll have from the backend. So let's hit enter. Okay, so now we're gonna define some API services. So let me just create a new folder as services, and let's create the file as auth service. And before we create any service, I'm gonna have the API URL in the constants. So let's create a new file, and here we're gonna export a variable as API URL, and this will be based on the OS of the application. If it's Android, then it will be different. So if the platform.os equals to Android, then it's going to be http 10.0.2.2 and then the port of our server. So this will be the URL for the Android, but for iOS it will be localhost 3000, like this. Let's save this. So now let's go to the auth service, and here let's create a function login. This is going to be an async function, and it will receive an email and the password as string. Then it's also going to return a promise, and this will contain a token of type string, like this. So in this function, first we're gonna implement a try catch block in case if we get any error. So let's add that. Then here I'm gonna add a console log got error, and let's also create a message variable. So this will be error.response.data, and here we will find the message property, but in case if it doesn't exist, then it will just simply return login failed, like this. So this has to be of type any. Okay, then we're gonna throw a new error with this message. Okay, so the error that we are seeing is because we haven't returned anything. So let's just return a token like this. Okay, the error is gone. Now here we're gonna call the API using Axios. So this will give us the response. Let's use axios.post. We need to import the Axios library. Okay, so let's use it here, axios.post. And then here we're gonna use the API URL that we defined in the constants, and then the route is auth/login. And we're also gonna pass the email and the password. Okay, so once we have the response, then we just need to return response.data, because on this data we already have the token. Let's save this. So now let's just copy this for the register function, and we will change the parameters. So this will be register, and then it will receive email, password, name, and avatar. So this can be string or null. Okay, then we will also be returning a token, but this will save registration failed. And instead of calling the login API, we will call auth/register, like this, and this will have email, password, name, and avatar, and then it will return response.data. Okay, let's save this. Now we're gonna use these functions inside an auth context. So let's create a folder context and define the auth context. So here first we're gonna export auth context using the create context API from React. Here we need to pass the auth context props, which we already have in the types file. And let me show you the auth context props. So here we have the token, the user using the user props, which I'll show you in a second, the sign in, sign up, sign out, and then the update token function. So the user props has these following properties: email, name, avatar, and the ID. So you can just copy these props from here, or you can find the assets link in the video description and just copy that file. Now inside this, we're gonna have to define all of these properties. So token will be null, user null, and then sign in as an async function. And then we're gonna have the sign up function. So let me just copy all of these and then change this to sign up, this one to sign out, and then lastly we're gonna have a function update token. So you'll understand this why we need all of these functions when we create the auth context. So let's create the auth provider, and this is going to receive the children that we will render, and then children will be of type React node. Okay, so why do we get this error? Okay, we need to import this from React. Yeah, like this. So inside this, first we're gonna have a state for saving the token, and this is going to have a type as string or null, and by default this is going to be null, like this. And then we're gonna have a user state. This is going to have a type as the user props that I just showed you are null. By default this is going to be null. Okay, so these are the user props that I've already shown you. You can just copy these. Then we're gonna have to define the router as well. So this is for navigating to the home screen or the welcome screen. Now I'm gonna define the sign in function. This is going to be an async function, and it will receive email of type string and the password as string. Now here we're gonna call the login API that we defined in the auth service and pass the email and the password. This is the function. Now after the user is successfully logged in, we will get back the token, and we're gonna have to save that token into the local storage. So for that, I'm gonna define a function update token. This will receive the token as string, and if the token exists, then what it will do is set the token into the state, and then we're gonna use the async storage to save this token into the local storage. So let me just import this local storage. Here is the async storage, and then we're gonna use the function set item. Here we need to pass the key and the value, so token will be saved against the token key. And after this, we're gonna decode this token and save the user data in the user state. And for decoding this token, we are gonna use the library that I just installed, JWT decode. So let me just import this from JWT decode. So we're gonna import a function called JWT decode. So here we're gonna call this function, and this will give us the decoded value. Here let's pass the token. And once we have the decoded value, then let's just console log it to see what type of data that we are getting here. And then we're gonna set the user. So we will get the user property on this decoded token. And we're getting this error because we need to define the props for this function. So we already have this as the decoded token props. So if I open this, you will see we have the user property, expiry, and issued at number. So we're gonna use these in future. For now, we have the user property here, and we are setting it to the user state. And this is the update token function. Now let's use it here after we get the response from the login API. And we're gonna pass the response.token. So if we made it here, that means the user is logged in, and then we need to navigate the user to the home screen. So let's go to the main and then the home screen like this, and we need to define the home screen as well. So let's go to the app, and here we need to create a new group as main, and then let's create a file as home. Let's create a functional component and rename this to capital home. Let's change this to the screen wrapper and this one to typography. Let's save this. Okay, so let's go back to the auth context. And why do we get this error? We have the main group and then we have the home screen. Well, this is very strange. Maybe we just don't need to define the group, and let's just go to /home. But that doesn't work as well. So let's just retype this and maybe this error will go away. And we don't get the suggestion as well. I'm not sure why. Maybe it's just a caching issue, but let's move on. So now we need to define the sign up function. And this is going to be an async function, which is going to receive the email, the password, name, and avatar. And the avatar is optional and it can be type string or null like this. Now we can just copy the content of the sign in function because it's going to be the same. We just need to change the function. So let's change this to register, and we need to pass all the parameters as the name and avatar. And once we get the response, we will update the token and go to the home screen. We're still getting this error, which I'm not sure why. So let's just continue. So now we need to return the context provider and then all these values and the children. So auth context.provider. And for the value, we're gonna pass the token, the user, and the sign in function, sign up function, the sign out function. And I think we haven't created the sign out function yet, so we will do that in a second. Then here we're gonna render the children component. Okay, now let's create a sign out function. This is going to be also a async function, and first we're gonna set the token to null, then set user as null, and then we're also gonna remove the token from async storage. So async storage dot remove item, and here we need to pass the key, which is token. And then we'll just go back to the welcome screen. So auth/welcome, this one. Let's save this. So lastly, we need to define a hook that we can use to use this context. So let's call it use auth. And here we're gonna use the API use context and provide the auth context. Let's save this. Okay, so the context is ready to be used. Now we're gonna use the sign in and the sign up functions. But before that, we need to wrap our entire application with this context. So let's go to the layout file, and here we're gonna have a root layout that will wrap this stack layout as well. So let's name this root layout, and let's copy this one more time and change this to stack layout like this. And by default, we are going to export the root layout, and inside this we'll just remove this, and then here we're gonna import the auth provider that is going to wrap this stack layout. Okay, so now that we have done this, we're going to have access to all of the functions and the values that we defined in the auth context. Now let me just run the application. Okay, so let's go to the sign up, and here we need to implement the sign up function from the auth context. So let's go to register. Here first we need to get the sign up function from the use auth hook, this one. So now that we have this function, we're gonna wrap our code in a try catch block. And if we get any error, we'll just alert the user using the alert, and this will say registration error. And here we're gonna have error.message like this. So let's change this to type any. Okay, so first we're gonna start the loading when we call this API. So let's set is loading to true, and once we are done calling this API in the finally block, we'll just set the loading to false like this. Okay, so let's just await for the sign up function, and here we also need to pass the email value, the password value, and the name value like this. And for the avatar, let's just pass an empty string like this. Let's save this. So let me just reload the application and see if this is working. Let's go to sign up, and here let's just create the first user. Then let's hit sign up. Okay, so I think we moved to home screen. Yeah, so on the top you can see the home text because it's black, that's why you can't barely see it, but it worked for the very first time, and that is great. Here you can see the decoded token. We have the user object, avatar, email, ID, and the name. So you can go to the home screen, and here let me just change the color for this home so that you can see the text clearly. Let's change this to white. Save this. There you can see we are on the home screen. Okay, so that means the registration is working, and now we can implement the login on the login screen. So let's go to login. Actually, let me just refresh the app and see if the validations are working. So let's go to the sign up. And before we test the validations, let me just check if the data is saved into the database. So let's go to MongoDB, browse the collections. Here at the bottom, we will see the test database, and we have the users collection, and there we can see the first object that we just created. You can see the email, password, name, avatar, and created value. The password is obviously a hash string. So now let's create a test user, but this time I will use the same email to test if the validations are working. Okay, there you can see the errors are working. User already exists. This is coming from the backend. Now let's go to the login and see. Now we're gonna implement the login. So let's go to the login page, and here let's use the try catch block. Let me just copy the same code that we used for registration here, and we need to import the sign in function from the use auth hook. Now let's change this here, and we don't need to pass the name and the avatar because we're logging in. And let's also change this to login error. Let's save this. Now let's see if this is working. So let me use the same email and the password that we used for the sign up, and hit login. There we go. The login is working, and we are moving to the home screen. But if I refresh, we will be back to the welcome page, and that will fix in a second. Now if I log in with the wrong credentials, let's see if that works. Okay, so now it says invalid credentials. Now let's go to the sign up, and here let's create a new account. And you will notice that the login and the sign up are working, but as soon as we refresh the app, the user goes back to welcome page, and that is where we need to persist the token. So if I go to the home screen, and here we can get the user data from a use auth hook. And if I console log the user data now, at this point you will see the user data. So let's save this, and there in the terminal you can see the user data, avatar, email, ID, and the name. So all of this is working great at this point, but as soon as I reload the application, you will see the user is logged out and we are back to the welcome page, and that is not good. So we're gonna change this to persist the user on app startup. So here where we are going to the welcome page after 1.5 seconds, we're gonna comment this and we're gonna handle this inside the auth context. So now if I refresh the application, you will see this will not redirect to the welcome page because we're gonna manually handle that inside the auth context. So here we're gonna have a function as load token. Basically it's going to check and redirect the user based on if he's logged in or not. So first we're gonna get the stored token. So if the user is logged in, we must have stored the token into the async storage, and we can get this using the get item function, and here we just need to pass the key like this. Now here we're gonna have a condition to see if stored token exists. That means the user is logged in, but we need to verify this, and let's add a try catch block inside this. And if we get any error, then we're gonna console log a message as failed to decode the token, and then the error here. So in case if we get any error, we are still gonna redirect the user to the welcome page, and for this one we're gonna create a function to go to welcome page or to the home page. So let's create two functions. Go to welcome page, let's just leave it empty for now, and then we also gonna create a function to go to the home screen and leave this empty. So here let's just call this function go to welcome page. We'll implement them later. Okay, now inside this try block, okay, so that's because we need to use await on this API. Okay, so now inside this we're gonna decode the stored token. So this will give us the decoded value. Let's use JWT decode, pass the decoded token props, and then the stored token like this. So here you will see the decoded token props has this expire value that we can use to see if the token is expired or not. So first let's see if the expire value exists, and then we're gonna check if the expired date is less than the current date, and that we can do using expire value is less than date.now and then divided by 1000, because it's we need to have the milliseconds. So if this condition is true, that means the token has expired and we need to navigate back to the welcome page and remove the token as well because it's expired. So let's do that. First we're gonna remove the token. Let's use the async storage, and we're gonna use the function remove item and pass the key as the token, and then let's use the go to welcome page and then a return statement. So this is for expired token, but if the token is not expired, that means we need to persist the token and persist the user values as well. That means the user is logged in. So let's set the token as stored token and then set the user as decoded token dot user. Then after this we're gonna redirect the user to home page. So let's use the function go to home page. Let's save this. So this is going to persist the token and navigate the user. We still need to call this homepage function if the token does not exist. So let's add an else block, and here we'll just call this function go to welcome page like this. Okay, so now we need to implement these functions, and I'm gonna use the set timeout function to wait for 1.5 seconds and then move to the home screen. And that is only because we still need to wait for the splash screen animation. So this wait is only for showing the splash screen. And if you don't want to have a splash screen or don't want to wait for the splash screen to end, then you can just remove this set timeout function and directly go to the home screen. Now I'm just gonna copy this for the welcome screen and change this to auth/welcome. This one. Let's save this. So nothing will happen because we still need to call this load token function inside a use effect hook. So let's import the use effect. And then let's use this function load token. Let's save this. So after I save this, you can see after 1.5 seconds, we go to the home screen and we can see the user data that is console logged on the home screen. If I refresh the application, it will still go to the home screen because it will load the token from async storage and go to the home screen after 1.5 seconds. So the persistence is working. Now we need a logout button on this home screen because now we can't go back to the welcome screen or the login screen. So let's just comment this, and here I'm gonna add a button. So let's use our button component. And let's use the typo, and this will say log out. Let's save this. So there we can see the logout button. Now here I'm gonna add an onPress function, and this will trigger the handle logout function. And let's define this function here. This is going to be an async function. Now here we're gonna call the sign out function. So let's get it from the use auth hook and await for the sign out. Let's save this. Now let's see if this is working. Let me just reload the application. We should still be on the home screen. And if I click on logout, we are back to the welcome page. And if I reload the application again, we should still be on the welcome page because the user is logged out and the token is removed. Now let's test this one more time and create a new user. And then hit sign up. Okay, so we are on the home screen, and if I reload the application, there you can see we are still on the home screen. Now even if we close the application and open it again, we should still be on the home screen because every time we open the application, the token is loaded from the async storage, and then we update the token and the user values. So the persistence is working and the authentication APIs are working. Now let me confirm if the data is being saved into the user's collection. Let me just reload. So there we can see the 3 users that we signed up with. And with this, the authentication flow is complete. And in the next part, we will set up the socket.io. Hello everyone. In this part, we're going to set up the socket.io in the backend. So first we're gonna go into the backend, and here I'm gonna create a socket folder, and inside this I'm gonna create a socket.ts file. Now here first I'm gonna import the .env library and call the function config like this. Now I'm gonna create a function to initialize the socket. It's going to receive the express server like this, and then it will return a socket.io server. So we have to import the server from socket.io. Let's import the socket, and I'm gonna change this to socket.socket.io server so that we don't get it confused with the express server like this. Okay, so inside this function, first I'm gonna create a new instance for this socket.io server, and here we need to pass the express server, and then we need to specify some options. I'm gonna add cores so that we allow all the regions. So regions will be static, so this means that we allow all the regions to connect with this socket.io server. Like this. So now I'm gonna use an authentication middleware. So whenever we connect to this socket, first we have to authenticate the user. So we will have a callback with the socket and the next middleware like this. Okay, so here first we need to get the token. So whenever we connect to this socket with the token can be found in the socket.handshake.auth.token like this. Now here we're gonna check if we don't receive this token, then we're gonna throw a new error in the next handler. So here let's just throw a new error, and this will say authentication error that no token provided like this, and then this will return from here. But if we do receive the token, then we're gonna use the jsonwebtoken library to verify that it's a valid token. Let's just make it JWT like this. So JWT, we have a verify function that verifies if the token is valid. So here we're gonna provide the token and then the secret key. We already have that in the process.env.jwt secret as string. Then we will receive a callback as the third parameter. This will have an error or the decoded value. So if the token is valid, then we won't get any error, but if we do get the error, then let's add a condition. If there is any error, then let's just copy this one and paste it here. So this will say invalid token like this. But if there is no error, that means the token is verified and the user is authenticated. So we're gonna have to attach the user data on this socket. This is very important because if we do this, then we will have the access to the user data on all the events. So here we have the user data. Now let's attach it to the socket.data like this. And I'm also gonna add the user ID. So socket.data.user ID as the user data.id like this. Now after this, we're gonna call the next handler. So this way user will have to be authenticated before he can use any event. Now we're gonna have to return the IO instance so that we can get rid of this error. Okay, so the error is gone. Now whenever a user connects to this app, this IO server triggers a connection event, and in that event we're gonna register all the user activities or events. So let's implement the connection event on this IO server. So when this connection happens, then this will give us a callback with the socket object, and that socket object is basically for that specific client or for the user. So using this socket, we can register all the events. But here first, I'm gonna console log a message that a user connected, and let's get the user ID as well. So this will be on the socket.data.user ID that we just saved in here in this middleware. Now let's pass it here. So let's change this to backticks, and this will say user connected and then the user ID. And let's also add the username as well. So we already have this on socket.data.name. So when a user connects and this is displayed in the terminal, that means he's successfully authenticated and he's ready to use the socket events. Then we're gonna register the events, but before that, I'm gonna implement the disconnect event. So on this socket, we can register a disconnect event that is triggered automatically when we lose the socket connection with that user, or when user logs out. So let me just console log a message here, user disconnected, and then we can just add the user ID. Let me just change this to backticks, and here display the user ID, so that we will know that this user is disconnected. So let's save this and move to the index.ts file. Now here, after we creating a server, we're gonna import this function. Here I'm gonna add a comment, listen to the socket events. Let's import initialize socket and pass the server. Let's save this. So here we are passing the server, then inside this function we are creating an IO instance, then a middleware to authenticate the user. Then in the connection event, we need to register the events and the disconnect event. Now here I'm gonna create a new file for the chat events and the user events. So first I'm gonna create a user events file, and here I'm gonna create a function as register user events. this is going to receive two properties, IO server and the socket. So IO will be of type socket IO server. This one, let's change this to socket IO server, and then the other one will be the socket, that is the client, and this is going to be of type socket, like this. Okay, so using the socket events is very easy. The idea is user emits some events and we receive it in the backend, and then we emit some response and the user receive it in the front end. So here I've created a simple event test socket, and in the callback we receive the data that a user has sent to the backend, and from the backend we can emit the same event, and this will be received by the user on the front end. For now, I'm just gonna send an object with the message saying it's working, just to see if everything is working. And we're gonna use this function inside this connection event to register the user events. And here I'm gonna pass the IO server, and then the socket, that is the user, like this. So let's save this, and this will only work when the user is authenticated in this middleware. Only then this will work. Now let's save this and see if this is working. Now on the front end, first I'm gonna stop the server, and we're gonna install a library for the socket.io. For backend it's socket.io, and for front end it's socket.io-client. So first we're gonna have to install this library. So this is installed. Now let me just run our application. Okay, so now I'm gonna create a new folder here for the sockets, and then create a new socket file. Here first I'm gonna create a socket object that can be of type socket or null. We're gonna have to import this from socket.io-client. So let's import IO and the socket, like this. So this is going to be of type socket or null. By default this will be null, and we're gonna create a new function to connect to the socket. This is going to be an async function, and it's going to return a promise of type socket, like this. Now here we're gonna use the token that is saved into the async storage. So I'm gonna import the async storage, this one, and then use the get item function and pass the token as the key. So here we'll get the token, but if we don't, we're gonna have a condition. If there is no token, then throw an error. So throw a new error that no token is found and user must log in first. So the idea is we will connect to socket only when the user is authenticated and we have the token in the async storage. Only then we will connect to this socket. But if it's not, then we'll just throw a new error. And if the socket is null, then we need to connect it to the server. So let's use the IO function and pass the API URL. So this is basically the server URL that we have in the constants. Now after this, I'm gonna add some options for authentication. So we can use the auth property and pass the token for authentication. So that's where we pass the token and get authenticated the user in the backend. So here we can receive the token as socket.handshake.auth.token. Then we can verify the token and pass the data to each socket. And that's how we access the user data on each event. So that's how the authentication is working. Now after this, we're gonna wait for the connection to be established. So let me just add this comment. And here we're gonna wait for a new promise. And inside this, we're gonna use the connect event. So whenever the connection is successful, then we will receive this event on front end. And let's just console log a message here that socket connected, and then just console log the socket ID. So each socket has a unique ID, like this. And after this, I'm gonna resolve this promise as true. like this. So we will first try to connect to the server. Then once this promise is resolved, that means the socket is connected. Now here I'm also gonna implement the disconnect event. So whenever we lose the connection to the server, then here this will give us a callback, and I'm gonna display a message that the socket disconnected, like this. So let's save this. Now to get rid of this error, we're gonna return this socket object. Okay, so the error is gone. Now we're gonna create some functions to get the socket or to disconnect from the socket. First, I'm gonna create a function get socket. This will have a return type of socket or null, like this, and this will just return socket. And then I'm gonna create a function to disconnect the socket. So here first I'm gonna check if the socket exists. Then we're gonna use the disconnect function on this socket, and then I'm also gonna assign null to this socket, like this. So this file is complete. Now all we're gonna do is connect to this socket when user signs in or signs up. So let's go to the auth context, and here let's go to the sign in function. And just after we update the token, here I'm gonna use the function connect socket. Like this. Now let's just copy this and use it inside the sign up function as well. And in the sign out function, we're gonna disconnect from this socket. So let's use the disconnect socket function, like this. Okay, so we're gonna use this when we load the token as well. So when we set the token, just after that, we're gonna use the connect socket, and that will get the token and connect to the socket. Now hopefully this is going to work. So let me just reload. Okay, so right now we don't see anything, but as soon as we log in with my account, you will see, hopefully you will see the socket is connected. So let me just open the terminal, the front end, and also in the backend, so that we can see if the user is connected in the backend and the front end. So let's hit login, and there we can see the decoded token, and it says socket connected and the socket ID. That means we are connected to the socket. And in the backend it says user connected and the user ID and the username, and that is coming from the connection event. That means the socket events are working, socket connection is working. Now if I reload, you will see it will again connect. So there you can see the socket connected with the unique socket ID, and in the backend you can see socket disconnected and then connected. So whenever we reload the application, it will first disconnect from the server and then it will connect again. So here you can see if I remove the application, you will see the user is disconnected, and this is coming from this disconnect event. So whenever we lose a client, this will be triggered. And now if I open the application again, you will see in the terminal it will connect to the socket. There we go. There we have the socket ID, and in the backend the user is connected and the username. Okay, so now we've established the socket connection. Now it's time to test the events, and for that I'm gonna go into the front end and here create a new file, socket events. Here I'm gonna create a function as test socket. Now this is the same event that we have in the user events, just to see if we can send and receive the events. So this will receive two parameters as the payload and an auth property. Payload will be of type any and the auth property will be boolean. By default it's going to be false. So this is for shutting down the listening for an event. So first I'm gonna get the socket. So let's use the get socket function. And all this will do is just return the socket if it's initialized. But if we don't get this socket, then let's just check that here. If there is no socket, that means the socket is not yet connected. So let's console log a message, socket is not connected, and then we will return from here like this. But if the socket connection is established, then we're gonna check the parameters. If the off property is true, that means we are turning off the listening for this event. So let me just add this comment here. Now we're gonna use the off function on this socket to turn off the listening for test socket. And in that case, I'll be passing the payload as the callback handler. So this payload can be of multiple types, and we're gonna check if the off is not true and the payload is of type function. That means we are passing this function as a callback handler for this event. Means whenever a server emits the data for this event, then we'll be receiving that data in this callback. So that is for this case. Let me just add a comment as the callback for this event. So we've handled two cases when we are turning off listening for an event and when we are listening for an event. Now we need to handle the case where we are sending the data to an event in the backend. So we need to emit this event and pass the payload. Now for this case, the payload will be as data. And when we are trying to register this as a callback handler, so the payload will be as a callback handler for this event, and when we are turning off listening, then we'll be passing the payload as the callback. I know all of this is a bit confusing at this point, but I'm sure you will understand this when we use this. So what's happening is, when we pass the payload as a callback function and off as true, then this will be triggered. If this is a callback function, then we will register this. Otherwise, this will be the data, so we will emit this to the backend. So let's save this and see if this is working. Now to test this, we're gonna go to the home screen. Here I'm gonna use the useEffect hook, and inside this I'm gonna import the test socket function. So first we are trying to register a function as a callback handler. So I'm gonna pass a function as test socket callback handler. Now we will need to create this function, and this function will be triggered whenever the server tries to send the data back to the client. And this is the function where we will receive the data. So let's just console a message, got response from test socket event. And then we need to display the data here. We will receive the data in this callback like this. Now we will need to send the data to the backend, and for that we're gonna use the test socket again, and this time we don't need to pass anything. This expects one argument. Okay, payload is necessary, so what we're gonna do is pass the payload as null, and that will trigger the emit function from the front end, and that means we are sending data to the backend. Now we also need to turn off listening to this event. So when the component unmounts, we need to pass this callback handler, and the off property will be true like this. So what this means is, now we are turning off this callback for listening to this event, and this will be triggered. Okay, so everything looks good. First, we are trying to register the callback and then sending the data to the backend and waiting for the response. And from backend, we are emitting this object as the message. It's working. Let's save this. And there we can see in the terminal, it says got response from the test socket event, and it's the same object that we passed from the backend, this event, and it says it's working. So let's just change this to real-time updates and see if the response is updated. Let's save this. Okay, it restarted the server. Let me just reload the application. The socket is connected and we got the response from test socket event as the real-time update. So everything is working smoothly. Now we don't need this event. This was just for testing. So let me just comment this. So with this, we have successfully integrated socket.io into our application. And in the next part, we'll work on the profile section. Hello everyone. In this part, we're going to work on the profile section. So first, I'm gonna add the background pattern for this screen. So let me add this property show pattern as true. And then I'm gonna add the opacity. So opacity will be 0.4. Okay, now it looks better. Okay, so now let's just comment this code. And here I'm gonna add the container view. Actually, let's just remove this because we don't need this. So let's add a view and give this a style of container. Now let me just copy and paste the style sheet for this home screen, and I'll just show you these styles whenever I'm gonna use this. This will save me some time. So let me just copy these variables, spacing y, radius, and spacing x, like this. So here we are using the container style. So container have the style of flex1. Now inside this I'm gonna add the header. So let's add another view and give this a style of header. So you can see the header styles here, and the idea is I want to show a welcome message on the left side and on the right side a settings icon. So you can copy the styles now inside this and add another view, give this a style of flex1. And first I'm gonna add a typo. This will say welcome back to the user, and here we're gonna display the username, and we can get the username from this user. So let me just make this current user, and this will display current user dot name. Let's save this. So right now we can't see it because it's black. So let's just change the colors. So color will be neutral 200, and let's increase the size to 19. And then I'm gonna add another property as the number of lines will be 1, like this. So let's save this. There we can see welcome back and the username. Now I want to make this username bold. So let me just wrap this in another typo. Give this a size of 20, color of white, and then let's make the font weight as 800, like this. Okay, so this needs to be white, like this. And let's just copy the username and paste it inside this typo. Let's save this. There we can see. Now I want to add an emoji after the username. So let me just copy and paste this, and let's add a bit of space after the username, just like this. Okay, so this is looking good. Now I'm gonna add a settings icon after this view so that this will display on the right side. Let's add the touchable opacity and give this a style of setting icon. And for the setting icon, I have the following style, so you can just copy these. And inside this, I'm gonna add the icon. So we need to import the icons. Let's just go to login screen and copy this import statement and paste it here. Okay, and the icon we're going to use is called gear 6. This is the one, and let's give it a color of white, and it's going to be fill icon. So weight as fill, and the size will be vertical scale of 22. Let's close this and save this. So there we can see the setting icon, and when we click on this, this is going to open a profile model. So let's add an onPress method. Actually, let's just leave it empty for now. We'll come to this later. And now I'm gonna add another view for the content. So let's add another view after this view and give this a style as content. Let's just save this. So this is going to be the content area where all the chat list and the group list will go. So these are the styles for the content. This is rounded from the top. So you can just copy these styles, and let's just leave it empty for now. And now I'm gonna add the model for the profile. So inside the main group, I'm gonna add a new file, profile model. Let's create a new function. Let's change the name. Save this. So now we should be able to move to this new screen. So let's go to the home screen, and here using the router which we need to define. So here I'm gonna use the use router hook from Expo router, like this, and let's use it here to navigate to this new screen. This is the one. So let's just save this. and see if this is working. So now if I click on the setting icon, we are moving to new screen, but as you can see, this is not a model and we need to define that in our stack layout. So in this stack, I'm gonna define a new screen and the name will be main group and then the profile model. So here we can define some options, and the option we're going to define is presentation as the model. So this will make it as a model. Let's close this and save this. Okay, so there we can see now the profile model is actually a model. Okay, so now let's go to the profile model, and here first I'm gonna copy and paste the style sheet for this model, and I'll just show you these styles. So let me just import these variables. Okay, so now let's add the screen wrapper for this component, and this time we're gonna add the property is model as true because this is a model. And what this will do is add a bit of padding on the top and the bottom. We can see a condition inside the screen wrapper. It adds a padding top and the bottom like this. And we can also add the pattern using this property. So there we can see the pattern, but this does not look good. So I'm just gonna remove this, and let's remove the text as well. And here I'm gonna add the container view. So let's give it a style of container. And let's import the view component. So you can already see the container styles at the bottom. We have these properties, flex one, justify content, and padding horizontal. So you can just copy these. So now I'm gonna add the header inside this container, but I want to make it a component so that we can reuse it. This is going to display the back button, the right and the left icon. So let's add a new file, header.tsx, and then let's create a functional component. Let's rename this. And this is going to receive the properties as the title, left icon, and the right icon. So by default, this will be an empty string, left icon, the right icon, and then the style. If you want to override the style from the parent components, this will have the header props. So if I go into the types, you can see the following properties. You can just copy these types. So now we're gonna design this header. Let me just add the style for this container. So we're going to have the default container styles and the style that we passed from the parent component, these ones. So let me just define the styles here. Actually, let me just copy the styles and paste them here. Okay, so these are the styles we're gonna use, and you can already see the container styles. It has a width of 100%, and these properties, you can just copy these. So inside this, first I'm gonna render the left icon if we are passing any left icon from the parent component. So let's add this inside a view, give this a style of left icon, and then render the left icon here. Let's close this. So if you're passing any left icon, this will show on the left side. These are the styles for the left icon, and then let me just copy the same line for the right icon. And let's just change all of these to right icon. Now this will show on the right side of the header, and in the middle we're going to display the title. So let me just add a condition if we have the title. Then I'm gonna use the typo component, and inside we're gonna render the title. So let's just add some properties here. The size will be 22, the font weight will be 600, and I'm also gonna add the custom styles for the title because we need to make it into the center and we need to make it absolute. So these are the styles for the title. This will display the title in the center. So the header component is complete. Let's save this and use it inside the profile model. And here I'm gonna add the title as update profile. Let's close this and save this. There we can see the title, but we do need to add some margin at the top, Anyway, so now I'm gonna add the left icon, but this left icon will only be shown on the Android because this is going to be a back button and we don't need a back button on iOS model, but this model does not show on Android. So for Android we do need a back button. So let's use the back button component, give this a color of black. Let's close this and save this. Now we won't be able to see it here, but this will be visible on Android. So let's add the style, give this a margin vertical of spacing Y of 15. Let's save this. Now it's looking good. Okay, so after this header, I'm gonna add a form where user can update the profile information. So let me just add a comment form, and here I'm gonna use a component scroll view, and let's give it a style as the container styles, styles.form. Let's close it. So for the form styles, you can see we have a gap and the margin top, so you can just copy these. And inside this, I'm gonna add a view for the container of the avatar. So this will have a style of avatar container. So this is just to contain the avatar and add an edit icon later. So these are the avatar container styles. Now I'm gonna add the avatar component. So let's create a new file, avatar. Let's create a functional component, save this and use it here. Oh, my bad. Let's save this and let me just reload the application. There we go. Now this will receive some properties as the URI, size, style, and a property called isGroup, because we're gonna use this for single avatar and the group avatar as well. And we need this isGroup avatar for the group avatar placeholder. So these are the props, and you can just copy these properties and their types, or you can find the link of this file into the video description. Now let's use these properties. Now here I'm gonna add the style for the avatar. So let me just add the default styles as the avatar, and then the height and the width will be using the size property. So let's use vertical scale and then the size, and same as the width, like this. And then we're gonna use the style property that we're passing from the parent component. Okay, so for the styles, I'm just gonna copy and paste the style sheet. For this component, we just have the avatar styles. Let me just import these variables. So here we have align self, height, width, border width, and the border color. So you can just copy these properties. Now here we're gonna use the image for the avatar, and we're gonna use Expo image because it caches the image, and that is very useful because we don't have to load the image again and again. So let me just copy this command to install this library. First we have to stop the server, then paste it here. Okay, so the library is installed. Now let me just run the project. Okay, so the app is running. Now let me just remove this, and here I'm gonna import the Expo image. We may have to import it manually. Now here let's use the image, give this a style of flex1. Then I'm gonna add the source property. So this will be URI for now, but I'll change this later to a function. Then I'm gonna add content fit as cover, and then the transition as 100. So this is just for a smooth transition. This will have a fade in transition for the image. Now for the URI, I want to have a function that will check if the URI is a string, an object, or if it doesn't exist. So that will handle all of these cases, and for that I'm gonna add a new file as the image service, and here I'm gonna add a function. It will be get avatar path. Now this will have two properties as the file and isGroup property, and we do need the isGroup property because the avatar can be of a user or a group, and we need to show the placeholder for both of them. So first I'm gonna check if we have the file and the type of file equals to string. That means it's already an uploaded file, so in that case we're just gonna return the file. Then I'm gonna check if we have the file and the file type is an object. That means it's an asset object and we can find the location as file.uri. But if we don't have the file and if isGroup is true, that means we are showing an avatar for the group and the file does not exist. In that case, we're gonna show a placeholder image for the group. So we already have this in our assets, default group avatar. And lastly, we're gonna return the placeholder for the single user avatar, and that is called default avatar. Let's save this. So let me show you these images into our assets /images, and then the default group avatar and the default avatar for the user. And these will be displayed when there is no file for the group avatar or the user avatar. So these are just the placeholders. Now let's use it inside the avatar here. So here I'm gonna pass the URI and isGroup property to this function. So let's save this, and now we should be able to see the placeholder. There we can see right now the URI does not exist, and that's why it's showing the default avatar image. So let's pass the URI as null, and then let's add the size as 170 because I want to have a big avatar of the user here. Now I want to add the edit icon on the bottom right side of this avatar. So let's add a touchable opacity. Now inside this I want to show a pencil icon, but we need to import these icons. So let me just copy this line and paste it here. And let's use the pencil icon, give this a size as the vertical scale of 20, and then the color will be neutral 800. Let's close it and save this. So there we can see the pencil icon. We need to make it absolute, so let's give this a style of the edit icon. Let's save this. Now it's displaying on the bottom right, and these are the styles to display it on the bottom right and have a shadow of the icon because the background is white. Now after this I'm gonna add another view for the inputs. So let's add a view, give this a style, and I'm just gonna add a gap between the inputs. So let's add spacing y of 20. Let's close it, and inside this I'm gonna add another view for the input container. And this will just have a gap for the title and the input. So let's add a typo for the label of this input. Let's give this a style, as I'm gonna have the padding left as spacing horizontal of 10, and this will say email. Let's save this. So there we can see the label. Now after this let's add the input component. Now the user won't be able to update the email, but this is just to show what's the email of the user. So let's add the content container style. So we need to make it look like this is a disabled input. So let's add the border color as neutral 350, and then the padding left as spacing horizontal of 20. And then for the background color, let's use a neutral 300. Okay, so let's close this and save this. Okay, so there we can see it looks like it's a disabled input. Now inside this we're gonna display the email of the user. So let's get the user from a use auth hook. And here in the use effect hook, I'm gonna set the user data in another field, another state. So we need to define the state user data, then set user data. then this will have the type as the user data props from the types file. So here I'm gonna have the name and the email and the avatar. By default this will be empty. So let me show you the user data props. We have the following properties and their types. You can just copy these or find the link of this file into the video description. Now when we mount this component, I'm gonna set the user data from the user that we have in the auth context. So email will be user.email and the avatar will be user.avatar or null. So let's save this, and we still can't see the email because we have to define the value here, user data.email. So there we can see the user email, and we shouldn't be able to update this. Actually, we can't update this because we haven't implemented the onChangeText property. But if you want to implement that, then you can add this property editable as false. This will let the user not to be able to update this even if you have the onChangeText property. So let's add this, and this will give us the updated value. Let's set this to user data. First we need to spread the user data and then the email as the value. Let's save this. Now we're still not able to update the email because we set the editable as false. Now I'm just gonna copy this for the name input, and this will be name, and let's also change this to name property like this. Let's save this. There we can see the name input. We should be able to update this. So let's comment this out and see if we can update the name. Yes, we can. Now we don't need the background color for this input. So let's comment this out. Let's save this, and now it's looking good. So now I'm gonna add the footer area at the bottom. So after this view, let's add another view and give this a style of footer. And here we have these properties for the footer style. This is going to display at the bottom here. So you can just copy these style properties. Now in this footer, first I'm gonna add a button for the logout. So let's import the button and let's give it a style. So for this one, I'm gonna have a background color of red. So let's use the rose color. Then let's give it a height of vertical scale of 56. And same goes for the width. And then I'm gonna add an icon inside this. So let's use the icons, and the icon name is sign out. The size will be vertical scale of 30. Let's give it a white color, and the weight will be bold. Let's close this and save this. There we can see the footer and the logout button. This border is coming from the footer. There we can see this property. Now I'm gonna add one more button after this button for updating the profile. So let's add the button. I'm gonna add this style as flex1 so that it takes rest of the space. Then let's add the typo. This will say update. There we can see the button. Now let's make it black and it needs to be bold. So let's add the font weight as 700. Okay, now it's looking good. Now let's add an onPress property. This will handle the submit. So later we will implement this to update the profile data. For now, let's just leave it empty like this. Now I'm gonna add the loading property on this as well. So when we're updating the profile, this will show a loading state, and let's define the loading state as well. By default, this is going to be false, but if I make this true, we'll see the loading. There we see the loading, but I don't want to see this button when the loading is true. So what we can do is we can make a condition here. When the loading is true, then we should not be able to see this button. So let's move this button inside this condition. Let's save this. So now we don't see the button, but we do see the loading. So let's make it false. Now the buttons are back. Now I'm gonna add an alert when we click on this logout button, so that we alert the user that are you sure you want to log out. So let's add an on-press method, and here I want to implement a function show logout alert. Okay, so here I'm gonna use the alert from React Native. This is going to show an alert saying confirm, and this will display a message, are you sure you want to log out? And then I'm gonna have two options for the user to cancel this alert or to log out. So the first option will say cancel, and on pressing on this cancel, we won't do anything. We'll just console log a message cancel logout. And the style for this button will be cancel, like this. Then the other option will be to log out, so the text will say log out. And let's add an on press method. This will trigger the handle logout function, which we'll implement in a second. Then the style for this one will be destructive, so this will show as a red button. So let's add this function handle logout. This is going to be an async function. So first we're gonna go back from this screen and then log out, and for that we're gonna need the router. So let's use the use router hook, and we're also gonna need the sign out function from the use auth hook. Now first we're gonna use the back function, and then we're gonna use the sign out function. And the reason we are using the back function is previously when I was working on this application, for some reason the model was not closing when we sign out. So this is the workaround that I use. Now if I click on the logout, let's see if that works, and it did. So we're going back to the welcome page and the socket is disconnected, so the sign out is working. Let me log in with my account. Okay, so now we're gonna implement the on submit function to update the profile data. So first I'm gonna add some validations, so that user must input the name. Let's get the name and the avatar from user data. Here let's add a condition. If name has no value, then we're gonna alert the user that please enter your name. And then a return statement after this. But if we do have a name value, then we're good to go and update the profile. So let's just save it for now, and now we're gonna implement the update profile event. Yes, we're gonna use the socket event to update the profile. So let's define update profile event. And the second parameter will be a callback. This will give us the data sent from the front end. This will be an async function, and the data will include the name as a string and the avatar as a string or a null. This should be a colon. Okay, so inside this function, first I'm gonna console log a message that update profile event and the data that we got from this event. Then I'm gonna get the user ID. This is the ID of the user who is currently logged in and updating his profile. So here we need to make a check if the user ID exists. If it doesn't, then we're gonna return this socket event. So now we are sending the response back to the front end using the same event, and this will say success as false, and the message will say unauthorized, because the user must logged in, and if he's not logged in, then the user ID will not exist. So if it's logged in, then we're gonna add a try catch block here, and here I'm gonna console log a message saying that error updating the profile, and then the error, and then we're gonna emit the same event but with an error response. So let's just copy this code. And then we just gonna change the message that error updating profile. Okay, so now we're gonna update the user inside the try block. So we're gonna get the updated user, and we're gonna use the user model and a function find by ID and update. So this will find the user by the ID and update the given data. First we're gonna provide the user ID and then the data that we're gonna update. So in our case, we're updating the name and the avatar. And the third parameter is the query options, and for this one I'm gonna add the property new as true. So this is very useful because what this will do is after updating the user, it will return the user with the updated values. So let me just add this comment. Now if we don't get the updated user, that means something went wrong. So in that case, I'm gonna return the same error response, and this time it will say user not found. Okay, so now we need to generate the token with the updated user values and then send it back to the front end. So let's get the new token, use the generate token function, provide the updated user values. So now that we have the new token, we can send a success response. We're going to send the same event update profile, and then the data will be a success true and then that new token. So let's add success as true. The data will contain the new token, and then let's just add a message saying profile updated successfully, like this. Okay, so with this, the update profile event is complete. And yeah, so what we're doing here is we are sending data to the backend and getting the data in this callback. Then we are updating the user like this and generating the new token and sending the success response. And if everything goes well, this will update the user. So let's get back to the front end, and now we need to define this event into our socket events. Let's just copy this same function, and we're gonna just change this event name to update profile. Let's save this. So now we can use this in the profile model. Let's go to the profile model, and here first we need to define the data. So let's create a data variable, and here we have the name and the avatar. You might be wondering, we're not updating the avatar, but we'll handle that later. Now we need to send this data into update profile, and this will be sent to the backend. This will trigger this block, and this will send the data to the backend. Now we're sending the data to the backend, but how do we receive this emit from the backend? And for that, we need to register a callback on the front end as well. So let's just copy this use effect hook and remove this, and remove this dependency as well. Now here we're gonna define a callback handler for this event. So let's pass a function process update profile. And when this component unmounts, we're gonna stop listening to this event. So we need to pass the same event and pass the true as off property. So what this will do is it will stop listening to this event. Now let's define this callback here. This will receive the response, and let's just console log the response. And then we're also gonna stop the loading. So first we're gonna have to start the loading when submitting the profile data. So when we call the update profile, just before that we need to set the loading to true. So this will start the loading, and when we receive the response from the backend, we'll set the loading to false, like this. Then I'm gonna add a condition. If the success is true on this response, that means the user profile is updated. But if it's not, then we're gonna alert the user with the error message. So if the user profile data is updated, we're gonna go back to the previous screen and then update the token as well. So if you remember previously, we have a function in the auth context that handles the update token. Here is the function, we pass the token, it updates the token in the storage and update the user values in the auth context. So we can just use the same function for this one as well. Let me just import the update token function. And then we're gonna use it here because we're sending the updated token and that contains the updated user values. So let's just pass the token to this function. Let's save this, and now hopefully everything works. Let me just reload the application. Okay, so now let me just open the terminal for the front end and the back end so that we can see the logs. Now let's try updating the name. Let's make it Nomi and then hit update. We see the loading and we got the response. That was very quick. So here we got the response with the new token as success true. The message says profile updated successfully, and here you can see the name is updated. And in the backend we got the update profile event. We got the name avatar as an empty string for now. So the update profile function is working. Let me just close this and reload the application to see if we have the updated data. Yes, we do. So let's change this back and hit update. Now it's updated, and even if we reload the application, it will show the updated values because we updated the token. Now I'm gonna work on picking the image from the gallery, and for that one I'm gonna use a library called Expo image picker. So this is the library and you can see the demo how it works. Let me just copy this command to install. First we need to stop the server. Okay, so the library is installed. Let me just run the app. Okay, so first we're gonna import this library, and that we can just copy from this documentation. Here we have a sample usage. So let's just copy this line to import the image picker. And now I'm gonna copy this code to open the gallery and pick the assets. Yeah, this is the one. So let's define a function to pick an image when we click on this edit icon. So let's define on press, and I'm gonna implement a function on pick image. Let's define it here. Okay, so this is going to be an async function, and inside this let's just paste the code. So this is going to open the gallery, and we will not be looking for the videos, only images, and we do not allow editing, and then the quality will be 0.5. So it will get the results and show it here. Then we need to set it into the user data. So first we need to spread all the user data and then set the first asset as the avatar. Not the URI, we need the whole object. Let's save this. So now when we pick the image, it opens the image gallery and we only see the images. Now let's choose this one, and we see some logs in the terminal. Okay, so this is the asset that we picked from the gallery, and we are interested in the property URI. This is the link of the location of the file. So what we're gonna do is we are gonna use this in the avatar like this. So now let's pick the same image and see what happens. And there we can see the user in the avatar. Now it's showing the URI of the location of the avatar because we are sending the URI, and because URI is an object of the assets, and in this function we are checking if the file is object, then it will return file.uri, and that is the location of the file on this asset. That's how we are seeing this image in the avatar. Okay, so with this we have implemented the profile update and the image picker. And in the next part, we'll work on image uploads using Cloudinary. Hello everyone. In this part, we're going to implement file uploads. So here in the update profile model, the avatar upload is pending. So for that, we're going to use Cloudinary. And it's very useful if you want to host your images or videos. So let me just sign up with my Google account. After you're signed up, you will see this dashboard, and here we will need two things to upload media. So we're going to go into the settings and then into the API keys. You will see the API keys in the sidebar. And here we're going to get the cloud name. Here you can find the cloud name. You can just copy this, and let me just save this into the constants here. Cloudinary cloud name. Okay, so the second thing is an upload preset. We're gonna need that to upload media, and just below the APIs keys you will see this upload option. And here I'm gonna create a new upload preset, and you can name it anything you want. I'm gonna name it as images, and all you need to do is change this to unsigned. Then you don't need to do anything here, just click save. Now we have the upload preset. You can just copy this name and then save it to your constants. Cloudinary upload preset, like this. Okay, so now how do we upload the files? If you go into the upload API documentation from Cloudinary, you will find a link that we can use to upload media. Here is the link, and it's a request that goes to /images/upload, and then we can provide the file data to this link. Now let me just copy this, and let's go to the image service. Okay, so here I'm gonna create the Cloudinary API URL. Okay, so I'm gonna change this to backtick so that we can use the cloud name. So here in the cloud name, we need to use the cloud name that we saved into the constants file, this one. So now that we have the Cloudinary API URL, we're gonna create a function to upload file to the Cloudinary. This is gonna be an async function, and it's going to receive the file and the folder name. So file can be of type an object. So we can send an object that contains a URI, or it can be just a string. That means it's an already uploaded file. And the second parameter will be the folder name as string. Then it will return a promise of type response props. So response props have following properties. We will return the response as success, data, or message. So response will include these properties. You can just copy these. Then I'm gonna create a try catch block in case if we get any error. This needs to be an arrow function like this. Okay, so in the catch block we will get the error. Let's console log a message, got error uploading file. And then I'm also gonna return a response, so success will be false, and then a message, error.message, or it will say could not upload file, like this. So this will have a type of any. Okay, so here we will check if the file does not exist. In that case, we will return success as true and data as null. Then I'm gonna check if the type of the file is string. That means it's the URL of an already uploaded file. In that case, we'll just return from here success as true, and the data will be the file URL. Okay, Now I'm gonna have one more check to see if the file is an object and the object contains a URI. That means we need to upload that file. So here in this condition, we're gonna create a form data like this. Now we need to append some data to this form, and you can see this data in the request as well. So if you visit this documentation, you will see at the end we are sending data that contains the file and the API key. So right now we're gonna append this data. First we need to append the file, and this will be an object where we're gonna add the URI, the type, and the name. Then the type will be image/jpeg, and lastly we're gonna add the name. So name can be found at the last place of the URI. So we're gonna use the split by splash, and then we're gonna use pop function to get the last instant. That will be the name, but if that can't be found, then we're gonna use file.jpg like this. Not sure what we are missing here, but let's use it as any. That fixes the issue. So now we're gonna append the upload preset. So form data dot append upload preset, and then the cloudinary upload preset from the constants, and lastly we're gonna add the folder name, and that will be passed from the place where we're calling this function. So now we're gonna get the response using Axios. So axios.post, here we're gonna provide the cloudinary API URL and then the data, and in the header we're gonna define the content type as multipart, because we are sending when we are sending the file in a form, we need to specify this header multipart/form data like this. And once we get the response, then we're gonna return success as true. And if the file is uploaded successfully, we can get the URL of that file as secure URL on this data. That will be the public location of the file. Okay, so if either of these conditions does not match, then we're gonna return data as a null and success as true like this. So let's save this. Okay, so this function is complete, and we're gonna pass the file and the folder name to this function. Then it will check if it's a string or an object. If it's object, then it will create a form data and upload to cloudinary. And lastly, if it's uploaded, we're gonna return the secure URL. Now let's go to the profile model and see if that is working. So here in the onSubmit function, we're gonna implement this just before updating the profile. But before that, let me just console log the data and see if the avatar has the asset object. So let's go to the profile model, and here pick an image, this one, and when I hit update, here we have the data at the very last, and it has the avatar as an asset object that contains the URI that we need. But let me just comment this console log because the terminal is a bit messy. Let me just reload the application. So now if we pick an image and hit update, there we can see the data. It has the updated name and the avatar. Most importantly, it has the URI that we need to upload this file. Okay, so now let me just undo this and remove this. So just before updating the profile, I'm gonna have a condition where we will check if we have the avatar and the avatar URI. That means it's an object and we need to upload it to cloudinary. So I'm gonna start the loading in this condition. because if we're just updating the name, we won't be needing the loading. That will be very fast. Now let me use the upload file to cloudinary. We're gonna pass the avatar, and then the folder will be profiles. We're gonna make this async function so that we can use await like this. Now let's add one more condition to see if we successfully uploaded the media. If yes, then data.avatar will be result.data. That will be the URL of the uploaded file. But if it's not, that means we got an error while uploading the media. So we're gonna alert the user, result.message, and set loading to false, and return from here like this. And let's console log the response that we got from this function. Okay, so let me just reload the application and see if this is working. Okay, now let's pick an image, this one, and then hit update. We see the loading, and in the terminal we can see the new response from the backend. So the profile is updated successfully. And if you go to the profile model again, you can see the uploaded file here. So that means the file is uploaded, and you can see in the avatar it's the new file URL, and you can see this in the backend as well. If we open the terminal, there in the update profile event we got the name and the avatar as the new file. We can also see this file into the cloudinary dashboard. So if we go into the assets and then into assets again, there we can see the uploaded file, and these are just dummy files from cloudinary. If we double click on this, we can see all the information about this file, the location, format, file size, and dimensions. So with this, the file upload is working. Now let me just close this and reload the application. Let's open the profile model, and there we can see the uploaded file. Let me just comment this and minimize this. Now let's try this one more time, and this time I'm gonna upload this one. Let's hit update. The model closes. That means the file is uploaded, and there we can see the uploaded file. So even if we reload the application, we will still see this image, because while updating the profile data, we updated the token, and that token contains the new avatar URL. So with this, the profile update is complete. And in the next part, we'll work on the contact list UI. Hello everyone. In this part, we're going to work on the UI for the conversation list and the conversation model. So first, let me go to the home screen. And here we have this view for the content. Here I'm gonna add a scroll view. And then we need to turn off the scroll indicator. So show vertical scroll indicator as false. Then I'm gonna add the content container styles to give it a padding vertical. Let's use spacing y of 20. Okay, so now I'm gonna add a nav bar, and this is going to display in a center with two buttons for group chats and direct chats. So let's add a view, give this a style of nav bar. And for navbar styles, you can see flex direction as row, align item center, some gap, and padding horizontal. So this is going to display in the center. Then I'm gonna add another view and give this a style of tabs. And for the tabs, we are going to use following styles. So you can just copy these styles. This will display two buttons side by side for group and direct messages. Now let's create these buttons, and I'm gonna use the touchable opacity. Then I'm gonna define the style for this button as the tab style. So inside this button, this will display direct messages. Let's use typo and write direct messages. Let's save this, and there we can see the button. Now let me show you the styles for this button, and these are the styles I'm using for this button. You can just copy these properties. Now we should be able to toggle between the direct messages and the group messages, and for that we're gonna have a state. So let's create a state selected tab, then set selected tab. We're just going to use a number, so 0 will be direct messages and 1 will be the group messages. Okay, so let's use this state here. So when we press on this button, this is going to save the tab as 0, like this. Now we're gonna highlight the selected tab. So for this we're gonna have to use the selected tab here and give a different style. So let's use an array here, and if the selected tab equals to 0, that means currently direct messages are selected, and in that case we will use the styles as the active tab style. And what this will do is it will give a background color as the primary light color, you can see. So now if I save this, as you can see, currently it's showing selected because selected tab is 0. Now I'm just gonna copy this for the group messages, then change this to groups, and when we click on this, this should set the selected tab as 1. Let's save this. There we can see the groups button, and now we should be able to toggle between these buttons, and yes we do. So the tabs are working. Now I'm gonna add another view after this navbar, and this will be for the list of the conversations. Let's give it a style as conversation list, and we just have a padding vertical for this container, so you can see these styles and copy these. So now we're gonna display the conversation list that will be based on the selected tab. If it's 0, then we're gonna display the direct messages. So I'm gonna copy and paste some dummy conversation list here so that we can use it until we implement the real data. So in this conversation list, we have the name, the type, and the last message for each conversation item. You can see the type can be direct or group, and the last message contains the sender name, content, and the created add property. Also, we're gonna use the same format of the data when we implement that later. So for now, I'm just gonna create 2 arrays for direct and group conversations. And in the first array, we're gonna filter out all the conversations where the type is equals to direct. And for now I'm going to use type any, but later when we fetch the real data I will change these. So where type equals to direct, then we're also gonna sort these conversations based on the date from the last message. So each conversation have a last message, and if it does not have the last message, then we will use the date of the conversation when the conversation was created. So let's get the date from both of these objects. So a date will be the created add property from the last message, which is here. But if that does not exist, then we're gonna use the created add property from the conversation, like this. So now I'm just gonna copy this for the b date. So now we're gonna convert these to get the time, and we're gonna subtract the a time from b time. And what this will do is it will return a value, and if the b date is more recent, then it will return a positive value, meaning that it will order these conversation in descending order. That is what we need. Now let's just copy this for the group conversations. Change the name to group conversations, and then we're gonna change the type to group, like this. So let's use this below, and here if the selected tab equals to 0, then I'm gonna loop through the direct conversations. This will give us the item and the index in the callback. So here we're gonna create a new component and return the conversation item, like this. We need to create this component, so let's create a new file inside the components folder, conversation item. Let's create a functional component, and let's save this. Now here we can import it, like this. Now here I'm gonna pass the item, which is the conversation object, and then the key will be index. Then I'm also gonna pass the router so that we can navigate to the conversation page. Then I'm gonna pass a property show divider so that we can use a divider line between the items. and this will be true if the length of the direct conversation is not equal to index plus 1. That means if it's not the last item in the conversation list. So let's save this, and we should be able to we need to move to the direct messages. There we can see the conversation item, because we have 3 conversation items that are direct conversations, so that's why we are only seeing 3. Now let me just copy this for the group conversations. If it's 1, then we need to loop through the group conversations, and rest will be the same. Let's save this. And now if we go to the groups, there we can see the group conversation items as well. So now I'm gonna display a loading when we're fetching these conversations. So we need to use a loading state and then the loading component that we already have. So now we need to create this one. Okay, so let's create it here, loading and set loading. So for now, let's just make it false, but this will be true by default, so that when we are done fetching the conversation list, then we will make it false. This is how it will look. So now I'm gonna add some messages if the user does not have any direct or group conversations. So just before this loading, I'm gonna have a condition if the loading is false and the selected tab equals to 0. That means user is in the direct messages tab, and then we're gonna check if we don't have any direct conversations. Then we're gonna display a message that you don't have any messages. So let's create a typo, align this to center, and then this will say you don't have any messages. Okay, so let's just copy this for the group conversations as well. And if the loading is false, selected tab equals to 1. And then the group conversations dot length equals to 0. We made a mistake here. We need to add the and symbol for this one as well. That's why we were getting this error. Now this will say you haven't joined any groups yet, like this. So let's save this, and now we need to turn off this loading. Okay, so the reason we're not seeing these messages is because we still have values inside the direct and the group conversations. And if we want to check this, we will need to comment this logic. And then I'm just gonna create 2 empty arrays for direct conversations and the group conversations. Let's save this, and there we can see the message, and for the group tab as well. So now that we know it's working, let's just undo this. Okay, so now I'm gonna add a button that will show on the bottom right side, and we will use that to open a conversation model so that user can start a new conversation. Let's just import the button component, give it a style as the floating button. Then let's add the onPress property, and we're going to use the router to open a new page which we haven't created yet. So let's go into the main group, and here let's create the new conversation model. Let's create a functional component. Let's rename this and save this. So now we can move to this page, and here I want to pass an object which will have the path name and the parameters. The path name will be the main group and then the new conversation model, and I want to pass a parameter as is group, which is going to be the selected tab. And I'm doing this because I want to show a different UI when the user is in the direct messages or in the groups tab. You will understand this better when we implement the new conversation model. So in this button, I'm gonna show a plus icon. Let's give it a color of black. Then the weight will be bold and the size will be vertical scale of 24. Let's close this and save this. We need to import the button component as well. That's why it's showing an error. Let's save this, and there we can see the button. Here is the style properties for the floating button. We have the position, bottom right properties, so you can just copy these. Now before we implement this, I want to implement the conversation item UI. So here let me just copy and paste the styles for this component. Let me import these variables like this. Here I want to wrap everything in a touchable opacity so that when we click on a row, this will take us to the conversation page. Now let's add a style for this button as the conversation item. Then I'm gonna add the onPress property and have a function open conversation. And let's add this function here, open conversation. Let's just leave it empty for now. So you can see the conversation item styles at the bottom. These are the styles. You can just copy these. I'm using flex direction as row because I want to show the avatar on the left and the date info on the right side. Now let's close this, and here first I'm gonna display the avatar. So let's create a view, import the avatar component. Then let's add the URI as null for now. Then I'm gonna add the size as 47. And we need to pass isGroup as true or false. So this will be based on the item type. And we need to get the item that we're passing from the parent component, the show divider property, and the router. For now, I will give this a type of any, but later I'll change that. So if the type equals to group, then this will be true, otherwise false. Let's close this and save this. So there we can see the placeholder image for the user avatar. If I switch to groups, we can see the placeholder for the groups, and this is possible because we're passing isGroup property in the getAvatarPath function, and if that is true, then the placeholder will be for the group, as you can see. So let's go into the conversation item, and here after this I'm gonna add a view, give this a style as flex1. Then I'm gonna add a row inside this view, so let's give it a style of row as well. So for the row, you can see the following styles: align item to center, justify content space between. Inside this, first I'm gonna display the name of the conversation. So let's give this typo a size of 17, font weight of 600. Then here I'm just gonna display the item.name. Let's save this. There you can see the name of the conversation. This will be the group name or other participants' name in the conversation, but later we'll change that. Then I'm gonna check if we have the last message in this conversation. Then we will display the last message date on the right side of this row. So let's use a typo. Size will be 15, and then the item.lastMessage.content. Let's close this and save this. This needs to be created add property because we need to display the date on the right side, but we need to format this. So what I'm gonna do is create a function that will format the date and then return a formatted date so that it looks more readable. So to format this, I'm gonna use a library that is called moment. So we need to open the terminal and write this command npm I moment. So this is installed. Now let's just close this and minimize this. So first I'm gonna import this library. Okay, so now we need to get the last message from this item. And let's also get a property if the conversation is direct or not. So let's add the property is direct, and this will be if the item.type equals to direct. So now inside this function, I'm gonna have a condition. If we don't have the created add property on this last message, then we will just simply return null. But if we do have this property, then we're gonna format this. So let's get this message date. We just need to pass the created add property from the last message to this moment function. And we will also check if the date is from the same day or the same year, then we will format the date accordingly. So for that, we will need to get the today's date. Then here, let's add a condition to see if the message date is within the same day. So we can use the isSame function, pass the today's date and check for the day. That will check if the message date is within the same day. Then we will return the formatted date as the hours, minutes, and then the AM or PM, like this. So that is only for if the message is sent on this current day. Now we need to check for the year as well. So if the message date is same as the year of the today, then we will format this date as the month and the day. So this will show as like December 24 or January 21. Then we don't need this condition, so let's just remove this. And if both of these conditions are false, then we will just display the date as the month, the day, and then the year. So this can be January 21 2014 or something like that. So I hope that makes sense. Now let's just call this function here, get last message date. Let's save this, and there we can see the last message date. Now after the name, we're gonna display the last message content as well. So let's create a typo and give this a size of 15. Color will be the neutral 600 color. And then I'm gonna add the text props because I just want to show this on one line, then the 3 dots. Now to display the last message content, let's just create a function, get last message content. And now we need to define this function here. Now inside this function, first I'm gonna have a condition to see if we don't have any last message. In that case, we will just return a message, say hi, and then an emoji like this. So later user will be able to send text messages and the images as well. So here we need to check if we do have a last message and the last message have an attachment. Then we need to return the image so that it will display the user sent an image, but if not, then it will return last message dot content. So let's save this. Colors does not exist. Okay, so we need to import the colors variable. Let's save this. Okay, so there we can see the groups and the direct messages. The UI is looking perfect, and we can see the last messages as well. Now, what happens if we don't have a last message? If we go into the home screen, here we have the dummy data. Let's open the conversations, and let's just say this first conversation does not have the last message. So let's just comment this. Let's save this, and there it will say hi. But if we do have an attachment inside the last message, then it will display the image as a text. So if I save this, you can see the image. That means someone sent an image in this conversation. So let's just remove this and save this. So with this, the conversation item UI is almost complete. I say almost because we still need to add the divider below each item. So if the show divider property is true, then we're gonna return a view with the style as divider. Let's close this and save this. There we can see the divider between each item. And for the divider, I have the following properties with a subtle background black color and the height of 1 pixel. So with this, the UI for the conversation item is complete. Now we can work on the new conversation model. First, I'm gonna go into the layout, and here we need to define this as a model. So here let's add new conversation model. Presentation will be model. So let's save this and go into the home screen. So here we are passing a parameter called isGroup, which can be 0 or 1 based on the selected tab. So if you're in the direct messages and open this model, this will let the user to select a user to converse with. But if you're in the group tab, then we open this model, we will let the user to create a new group and choose the users. So this is the idea behind passing the isGroup property. Now let's go to the new conversation model and get this isGroup property. And here we're gonna use a hook that is called use local search params. Let's console log this to see if you're actually getting the value in this screen. Let's save this, open the terminal. And now I'm in the groups tab and open the model is group is 1. And if I go into the direct messages and then open the model, it will be 0. You can see. Now we can use this to create a different UI for the direct message or for creating a new group. Now I'm gonna save this inside a new variable. Let's call it isGroupMode, and this will be true or false based on if isGroup equals to 1. Then I'm also gonna define a router that we'll use later. And then I'm gonna copy and paste the list of the users. This is just the dummy list that we will use for now. Each user have an ID, name, and avatar. Now I'm gonna design this component. So first let's import the screen wrapper. Then I'm gonna add a property is model as true because this is a model. Let's remove this one. Let me just copy and paste the style sheet for this component. And I'll show you these styles whenever we use this. Let's just import these variables. Okay, so now we're gonna create a container view. Let's give it a style of container. And you can see the container styles at the bottom, margin horizontal and flex 1. You can just copy these. Then I'm gonna use the header component. Now the title will be different based on if the group mode is on or off. So if isGroup mode is true, then we're gonna display a new group, because in that case user will be creating a new group. But if not, then user will need to select a user to converse with. Then we're gonna add a back button on the left side. So let's import the back button, give it a color of black. Then let's close it. We need to close the back button. And then let's close the header and save this. There we can see the new group because we are in the groups tab. Then if we go to direct messages, then it will say select user. Okay, so if the user is creating a new group, then obviously we're gonna ask him to select an avatar for the group and the group name. So for that, we're gonna define a view. Let's create a view and give this a style of group info container. This view will basically align everything into the center and have some margin top. Then inside this, I'm gonna create another view that will be for the avatar container. And I believe avatar container will have just margin bottom like this. So you can just copy these styles. Now I'm gonna import the touchable opacity component. And then inside this, I'm gonna use the avatar component. So for now, let's just give it a URI as null. We'll change this later. And then isGroup mode will be true, because we're using this for the group avatar. So let's close it and save this. So there we can see the avatar, but we need to increase the size. Let's give it a size of 100. There we go. Okay, so now we should be able to pick the image. So let's add an onPress property on this one. And here we're gonna trigger a function on pick image. And we already have this. So let's go into the profile model here. Let's just copy this function on pick image and paste it here. Now we're gonna import this image picker as well. So let's just copy this import statement and paste it here. Okay, so now we're gonna create a state that will save the user group avatar. So let's create a new state, group avatar, and then set group avatar. We're going to set an asset object into this state. So the type will be an object containing a URI as a string or just null object. By default, this is going to be null like this. And here when we get the asset, we're just gonna set the group avatar as the first asset like this. So this will handle the image picking. Now we can just use the group avatar.uri in this, or just null value if the group avatar does not exist. Now let's save this and see if this is working. Now it opens the gallery, and if we choose an image, there we go, we can see the image. So this is setting the group avatar. Now we're gonna work on the input for the group name. So let's create a view, give this a style as the group name container. Let's close it. And for group name container, we just have a width of 100%. Now inside this, we're gonna import the input component that we already have. Here we're gonna add a placeholder group name. Then we're gonna add a value. So for value, we're gonna create this group name state. Then we're gonna add an onChangeText property. This will be set group name function. So let's close this and let's just create this state. Set group name, and this will be of type string, and by default this will be an empty string. Let's save this. There we can see the group name input. Now this UI is only for the group, only for creating a group. If we go into the direct messages and open this model, we don't see this UI. So after this, we're gonna render the list of the users that user can select. So let's import a scroll view, and I'm gonna hide the vertical scroll indicators. Then the content container styles will be the contact list. Let's close this, and for the contact list we have the following style, so you can just copy these. Okay, so we already have dummy contact list, so I'm just gonna loop through all the contacts. This will give us the user and then an index with a callback. Then we're gonna return a view to show a row for each user. I'm gonna use the touchable opacity, key will be the index. Then I'm gonna pass the style as the contact row. And then let's define the onPress property, which will trigger onSelectUser function, and we're gonna pass the user into that function. Now let's just close this, and we will need to create this user onSelectUser. Okay, so we will leave this empty for now. Now for the contact row, we have the following styles. You can just copy these properties. This is going to show the user info on the left side and a checkbox on the right side, but I will explain later why. Now we're gonna display the user avatar. So let's import the avatar component and give this a size of 45. Then the URI will be user.avatar. Let's close this and save this. There we can see the user avatars. These are coming from the dummy data, but we will change this later. Now I'm gonna add the username. So let's use a typography component. Font weight will be the 500. And then we're gonna render the username. Let's close this and save it. There we go. So this is for the direct messages tab. User can select any user and chat. But if we're in the group and user is creating a new group, then we're gonna display a checkbox with every user, so user can select all the group members. Now we're gonna display a checkbox after this name. So let's use a condition. If is group mode is true, then we're gonna display a checkbox. So let's add a view, give this a style of selection indicator. And in this view, let's create another view, and this will have a style of checkbox. And if the user is selected, then we're gonna show it as checked. So for that, we're gonna add the styles as checked. Let's close it. So for the selection indicator, we have the following style. This will show on the right side of each user. That's why margin left is auto. And then we have the checkbox, and for the checkbox we have following styles. It's just a circle with the border, and we'll just fill this whenever the user is selected. So if is selected is true, then this will show as a checked checkbox. So let's define this value here is selected. For now, let's just make it false, and let's save this. So there we can see the checkbox, and if is selected is true and the checked styles are provided, then the background color will be different and it will show as checked. So this is how it's going to work. Now I'm gonna create a state to save all these selected participants. Then set selected participants. This is going to be an array of all the string IDs of all the users. So the type will be an array string, a string array. By default, this will be an empty array. like this. So when user selects any user in this function, first we're gonna make sure if the current user is logged in, only then he will be able to chat with anyone. So for that, what I'm gonna do is create get the current user from use auth hook, and then we're gonna make a condition here. If there is no current user, then we're gonna alert the user that please log in to start a conversation. And then we'll just return from here. But if the user is logged in, then we will have one more condition to see if user is creating a group or just chatting directly with a user. So if user is not creating a group, then when he selects a user, we're gonna start a new conversation with that user, but that is a to do for now. But in the group mode, if he selects a user, then we're gonna toggle that participant. So in this function, we're gonna pass the user to make it checked or unchecked. So let's create this function here. This will receive the user data. And here we're gonna use the function set selected participants. This will give us the previous state. And we're gonna update the selected participants based on if it's already there in the array. So first we're gonna check if the previous includes the ID of this current user that we are selecting. That means the user is already checked. In that case, we're gonna filter out this user. But if it's not, then we're gonna include this user in the previous state like this, and then return a new state with this user checked. So if it's already there, then we're gonna use the filter function and check where the ID is not equal to this user ID. We're gonna make this string like this, and then this will just filter out the selected user. So we're using this function here, and then the onSelectUser function is being used here. So let's see if this is working. Oh, we need to go in the groups tab and then see. So if we click on this, why is it not working? Oh, so is selected is still false. That's why we're gonna use selected participants to see if they include the user ID. That's how we make it dynamic to see if the user is selected or not. Now if I save this and see, there we go. So with this, the checkbox are working and the selected participants are being updated. So now using this is selected property, we can add different styles for each row. So here in this row, I'm gonna add the style as selected contact if the user is selected. And what this will do is it will add a different background color and a border radius for each row when it's selected. So now if I click on the row, you can see the background is different and we have the border radius. Now we're gonna display a button to create a group, and this will only display when is group mode is true and we have at least 2 selected participants. Only then it will show this button. Now here let's create a view and give this a style as the create group button. So this is an absolute view. This will show always on the bottom, and we have some border top on this view. You can see the following properties of styles on this view. You can just copy this. Then inside this view, we're gonna import the button component. Then I'm gonna add an onPress property. This will trigger the create group function, which we will create in a second. Then it will be disabled when there is no group name. So group name.trim. If we don't have this value, then this will be disabled. Then let's add is loading property. Let's close this. So now we are seeing these errors because we will need to create this state and the function. So let's create is loading state. By default, this is going to be false. Now this error is gone. Now we're gonna create the create group function, and let's just leave it empty for now. And that error is gone. Now inside this, we're gonna render create group text. Then let's give it a font weight of bold, and then the size will be 17. Let's save this. So right now we don't see it because we haven't selected any users. Now if I select 2 users, there we see the footer and we have the create group button. We don't really see the bottom of the list, so what I'm gonna do is add some padding at the bottom of this contact list. So for the contact list styles, we do have a padding bottom, but let's increase it to a vertical scale of 150. Let's save this, and now let's see. Now we can see all the members and we have some space at the bottom. Okay, so the UI is complete, and let me just reload the application and let's review what we have done so far. Okay, so when in the direct messages, if we open the model, user can select any user, and this will trigger the onSelectUser function. And here this will start a new conversation with that user, but we will handle that later. So if we're in the groups tab and then we open this model, this will show the UI to add the user the group avatar, the group name, and select the user. And then this will trigger this create group function. This is going to be an async function. Let me just add some validation. If we don't have the group name, or we don't have the current user, or the selected participants are less than 2, then we will not proceed and just return from here. But if everything goes well, then we will create the group in this function, which we'll handle later. So let's save this, and here first we will user select the group avatar. Let's choose this one, then a group name, then the group members, and then hit the create group. So this is how it's going to work. So with this, the UI for the conversation model and the list is complete. And in the next part, we'll work on the new conversation API. Hello everyone. In this part, we're going to work on the new conversation API. So first we're gonna have to create the models for the message and the conversation. So I'm gonna create the message model. Here first let's create the message schema. I'm gonna use mongoose.schema function and then provide all the properties. First I'm gonna have the conversation ID. So each message object will be connected to a conversation, and then that conversation will have some participants, the name and everything. So the type will be object ID. We're gonna create this collection later. Reference will be the conversation, the name of the collection, and it will be required. And the same way we're gonna create the sender ID. That will be an object as well, and it will reference to the collection sender users, like this. Then I'm gonna create the content and the attachment as string, and the second parameter will be some options where I'm gonna provide timestamp so that it adds created at and the updated at property. Then we're gonna export this message schema like this. I'm speeding up the process so that I don't have to write every single word. So the message schema is done. Now we're gonna create the conversation schema. Okay, so first I'm gonna create the conversation schema, and here I'm gonna provide the conversation props as well. You can also find the props file in the video description. On the conversation props, we will have the following properties: type, name, participants, and everything. So first I'm gonna have the type property. This will be either direct or group. Then I'm gonna add the name and then the participants. Each participant will connect to the users collection. Then the last message will also be connected to messages, then created by who created this conversation, and then the avatar as string, then created at, it will be of type date, and then updated at also date. So these are the properties on the conversation schema. Then I'm gonna have this function which will update the updated at property whenever we save the conversation. Now let's export this conversation schema. Okay, so now we're gonna work on getting the context. So first I'm gonna add an event here, then a try catch block, and in case if we get any error, then it will just emit an error response. So here I'm gonna get the current user ID, and if that does not exist, then we're gonna return error response. So let's add a return statement here, and then the message will say unauthorized. And if the user is logged in, then we're gonna find all the users where the user ID is not equal to the current user ID, and we don't want to include the password, so we can just set the password to 0. That will exclude the password field. Then we're gonna use .lean function that will fetch all the users objects into JS objects that we need. Now we got the users, we need to map into the context. So first I'm gonna create the contacts array, and then map all the users. From each user I will add the ID, the name, the email, and the avatar, like this. So now we have the contacts. Now we will send a response. So let's just copy this and then change the success to true, and the message will be removed. Here I'm gonna add the data as the contacts. Let's save this. Now that we have the get contacts API, so first we are checking if we have the current user, then we're getting all the users and mapping on the contacts, and then sending the response. In case if we get any error, this will send the error response as well. So hopefully this should all be working. Now let's go into the events here in the front end, socket events. Here I'm gonna add the get contacts API. So let's just copy this one and then change the name to get contacts. Let's save this and let's implement this in the new conversation model, this file. So here first I'm gonna create a state to save the contacts. By default this will be empty, and the error is because we already have the dummy values contacts. Let's just comment this out. Okay, the error is gone. Now I'm gonna define a use effect hook, and then we're gonna call get contacts API, provide a callback handler which will create in a second. Then we also need to stop listening to this event whenever this component unmounts, so we need to pass off as true, like this. Now let's define this handler here, and if the success on the result is true, then we will set the data into the contacts, like this. Now if I open this, we should see the contacts. So the reason we're not seeing this is we haven't called this API yet. So what I'm gonna do is call this get contacts API and pass null. And what that will do is if we go inside this function, this will skip this one, and then it will trigger this one, and then we will get the data. So let's save this. And there we can see we got the contacts, and if I open the terminal, you can see got contacts and the data contains the user array. But we only have 2 users at the moment except the currently logged in user. So now I'm gonna quickly create more users, so I will have to sign up multiple times. So let me just log out and do that quickly. Okay, so I've added more users. Now we have 4 users plus the one which is currently logged in. And if we go into the groups, we should be able to see these users and then select this. This is all coming from the database now. So the next thing is we want to work on creating a group or starting a conversation. So here we have this function create group, or when we select the user here, then we need to start a new conversation. So for that, in the backend, first I'm gonna create a file as chat events. Now here first I'm gonna create a function register chat events that will receive the socket IO server and the socket, like this. And now we need to pass the socket IO server and the socket object whenever a socket connection is established, just like we are doing this for the user events, like this. Okay, so first I'm gonna create the new conversation event, console log the data that is coming, and then a try catch block. In the catch block, we are sending the error response if there is any error. So each conversation will have a type property which can either be direct or group, and if it's direct, that means it's possible that it already exists. So first I'm gonna get the existing conversation. Let's use the conversation model and find one conversation where the type is direct and the participants are all the participants that we are sending to this API. So we're gonna use the all like this and then provide data.participants, and then the size will be 2 because it's a direct conversation, so only 2 participants will exist. So the reason we are doing this is when we click on any user inside this model, we will send 2 participants as the current user and the user we are trying to converse with, and we will match this and get the existing conversation if there is any. And here we will check if we have the existing conversation, then we don't need to create a new one, so we'll just send a response. Let's copy this one, and then we'll change success as true, and then we're gonna add the existing conversation, and I'm gonna add a new property as is new to false, so that we know that we did not created this new conversation. It was already there, we just sent it back to the front end. Now at this point, the participants will be an array of the string, and if we go into the conversation, you will see each participant is the user ID and the last message is the message ID. So we need to get the data for the participant and then send back. So we're gonna use a function populate to get this data, and here we're gonna provide the path. This is going to be the property that we're going to populate, and then we will add a property select where we will select all the properties from the connected collection. We're gonna select the name, avatar, and the email, and then we're gonna use len function to get all as the JavaScript array of the objects. So this will include the participants data as well. Now if the conversation does not exist, then obviously we're gonna have to create a new conversation. So let's use the create function on the conversation. Here provide the type, the participants, and the name. So the name can be empty if the type of the conversation is direct, because we only need name if we are creating a group. So let me just add this comment. Then the avatar is also the same, we only need avatar if we're creating a group. Then we're gonna add the created by property. This is going to be the ID of the logged in user. Okay, so the next step is very important, and before we do that, I'm gonna go into the socket when the user is connected. So in sockets we can create rooms, and the benefit of creating a room is that we can send and emit the responses to all the users in that room, and whenever a user is connected, we're gonna join all the conversations that the user is part of. So whenever we need to send a message to all the users in a conversation, we can just send the response in the room, and then all the participants will get that response. So that is the benefit of creating the rooms. And we're gonna use the conversation ID from all the conversations that the user is a part of. So here what I'm doing is getting all the conversation where the participants include the current user ID. So here I'm gonna use the user ID, this one. So we just need to get the conversation ID, we don't need all of the data. So let's use the select function and then select underscore ID. Okay, so now we need to loop through all the conversations like this. So the way that we join the room is we just use the join function and then provide the room ID. In our case, this will be the conversation ID. So here we're getting this error. Okay, we need to convert this to string, and the error is gone. So this way, whenever the user is logged in, it will instantly join all the conversations as rooms. So whenever there is a new message in any of the conversation, we can detect it on the front end and then show it to the user. So we're gonna do the same thing here. We're gonna make all the participants join this conversation as a room. So the first thing we're gonna do is get all the online users, That means we're gonna get all the connected sockets, and we can get the connected sockets from io.socket.sockets, and then a function to get the values. We're gonna create an array from this and then filter out all the users that are part of this conversation, because we have the participants array. So when we filter this object values, this will give us the socket object, and we're gonna make a condition if the data.participants include socket.data.user id. That means this live user, this online user, is part of this conversation. So we're gonna save that into the connected socket, and we only gonna make these users join this conversation. So let me just add this comment here, and then I'm gonna loop through all of the connected sockets to make them join this room. And we're just gonna use participant socket dot join the new conversation that we just created underscore id, and we need to change this to string like this. So this way all the participants of this conversation will join this as a room, and then we need to send the conversation data back to the front end, but we need to populate this participants data as well. So let's create populated conversation. We're gonna find this conversation by id, and then I'm gonna use the populate function. We're gonna use the path as participants, and then I'm gonna select the name, avatar, and the email from for the participants objects like this, and then I'm gonna use len function to convert this to JavaScript object. So if we're not able to populate this conversation, then we're gonna throw a new error as failed to populate this conversation. But if everything goes well, then we'll just emit the conversation to all the participants, and this time we're gonna use the conversation id. So you will see we're not sending the response back to the logged in user, but actually we're going to use the io object to emit to this conversation id, which is the room that we just created with this conversation. And that's the reason we are joining all the conversation as rooms whenever user logs in, so that we don't have to specifically send the events to each participants. We will just send to a room with the conversation id, and then all the participants will receive either it's a message or a new conversation event. So we're gonna emit the new conversation event with the response as success true, and then data will be the populated conversation, and is new property will be true this time because we just created this new conversation. So let's save this, and hopefully everything will work as expected. So let's just overview this. First, we are checking if the type is direct and the conversation already exists, but if not, then we are creating this new conversation, getting all the online users here, and then we are filtering the participants and joining them in a room with this conversation, and then we are populating the conversation with the participants and then sending the response to all the participants who has joined this conversation as a room. So hopefully this makes sense. I know it can be a bit confusing. Now let's go to the front end, and here let's define this event, new conversation. Let's save this and go to the new conversation model. Let's just copy this line and change this to new conversation, and change this to process new conversation. This will be the callback handler, and the same way let's add it here to turn off listening to this event when the component unmounts. Now let's just copy this for the callback handler. Let's change the name, and for now let's just add a message, new conversation result, like this. And whenever we click on a user, we need to call this event with the current user and the user we're trying to converse with. So let's just remove this. Let's call this new conversation event. Here we need to pass the object with type as direct, and then participants will include the current user ID and then the user ID that we clicked on. So user.id. Let's save this. So now this should be working and creating a direct conversation. Let me just reload the application and see if this is working. Okay, so let me just open the terminal and then go to the new conversation model. Click on this user. There we go. So here we have the new conversation result. This includes the conversation ID, created at, created by, and its new property is true because we just created this new conversation and the participants include the data. Let me just see if we actually saved this into the database. So here we have the test database. Go into the conversation. And there we can see the first conversation. The type is direct. The participant includes the user object IDs and created by ID. The avatar and the name is empty because this is a direct conversation. So now I'm going to log out from this account and log back in with my account to test the conversations. So now let's test this again. If I click on Jon Snow, it will create a new conversation. And there we can see the result is new is true. That means it's a new conversation and we can confirm this from the database. If I refresh, we should see 2 conversations now. And yes, we do. So now if I click on Jon Snow again, it won't create a new conversation, but it will send back the data that is already stored. So we got the conversation and is new is still true. So I think something went wrong. So if we just refresh the database. Okay, so there is a mistake. It shouldn't create this third conversation because we already have this conversation. If we click on this again, we're getting 2 responses with is new false and true. So I think it's creating the conversation again. So if I just refresh the database, we shouldn't be seeing these new conversations. Okay, there is something wrong and I think it's in the backend. So let's go to the part where we are checking this. So if the type is direct, we are checking the existing conversation, then sending back. Oh, okay. So the issue is when we send this response back, we need to terminate the execution here. So we need to add a return statement after this when there is an existing conversation. So that was the issue and hopefully this will fix this issue. Now let me quickly delete all the existing conversations. Okay, so now we have a clean slate. So let me just reload the application and start the testing again. Now let's open the conversation model and click on Jon Snow. Now this will create a new conversation. Is new property is true. So that means a new conversation is created. Let's refresh the database and we have 1 conversation. Now if I click on Jon Snow again, it shouldn't create a new conversation. We got the conversation result and this time is new property is false. That means it sent back the existing conversation. And if we can confirm this in the database, if we refresh, we should only have 1 conversation that was already there. And yes, it is. So now the check is working as well. If I click on any other user, it will then again create a new conversation. So now if I just refresh the database, we should have 2 conversations. Yes, we do. Okay, so now when we have the conversation data, we need to move to the conversation page. And for that, we're going to go into the callback handler, this function. And then we're going to check if the success is true on this response. Then we go back to dismiss this model. And then we open the conversation page and send the conversation data. But we do need to create this page first. Let's go to the main group and then create a new file, conversation. Here, let's create a functional group And then here I'm gonna import the screen wrapper component and then change this to typo. And here let's add the color as white so that we can see this text. Okay, so let's save this and let's go back. Now let me just reload the application. Okay, so here let's provide the path name as the conversation page. Then in the params, I'm gonna add the ID, name, the avatar, the type of the conversation, and then the participants. Now I'm gonna convert the participants to a string and then convert back to the object later in the conversation, because sending it as an array of the objects from this was causing an issue. So I had to convert this to string. Now, if we don't have success true on this response, then we'll just console log this message and alert an error to the user like this. So let's save this, and now with this we're able to create the direct conversations, this one. So now we need to focus on creating the group conversations. When we select some users, select the group name and the avatar, we should be able to create a group. So first I'm gonna start the loading in this function. Then let's add a try catch block, and if we get any error, we just alert the user with that error. And in the finally block, we'll just set the loading to false like this. So here first I'm gonna check if we have the user avatar. So by default the avatar will be null, but if we have the group avatar, is the name right? We have the group avatar. Okay, so this is the group avatar in case if user has selected any image from the gallery. And in that case, we will just call the upload file to cloudinary function and pass the group avatar and the folder name as the group avatars. Once we get the result, then we will check if the result.success is true. That means the file is uploaded, and the URL will be at upload result.data like this. So if the avatar is uploaded, we will have this data. Then we need to call this new conversation event with this data, and this time we pass the type as group, the participants as the current user ID, and then rest of the selected participants. And then we need to provide the name. So name is the group name and then the avatar that is uploaded. So we started the loading in this function, but we need to turn it off when we get the response from the backend. So here we need to set is loading to false like this. Let's save this. So hopefully everything will work as expected. So let me just reload the application and then we test this. Let's open the terminal. And now that we have implemented the navigation, if we click on any user, this instantly moves to the conversation page. That's great. Now let's reload again and see if creating the group is working. Let's go to the groups. Now here, let's pick an image for the group. Let's choose this one. Then add family as the name, select the members for this group, and then hit create group button. So now we move to the conversation and we got the conversation result. We have the participants data and the type is group. So hopefully it worked and it created a new conversation. Let's see in the database. So now we have 3 conversations and the third one is of type group. The name is family and the participants contains the ID of all the users, and we can see the avatar URL as well. So everything is working so far. Now let me just minimize this and comment this console log. Now let's just reload the application and test this again. So let's go to the groups, open the model, then pick the avatar. Let's use this one and then add the group name, then select all the members, So this time I want to console log the participants property on this new conversation to see if we are actually getting the user's data in the participants. So let's save this and then hit the create group button. So the group is created and we can see some data in the terminal. This is the participants array. So let me just copy this and go to an online JSON formatter. Let's go to this one and here paste the data. So here we have an array of the objects and each object is a participant containing ID, avatar, email, and the name. So this is all working great. Now let me just comment this console log, minimize this, and then reload the application. So with this, we have implemented the new conversation API that works both for the direct conversations and the group conversations. And in the next part, we'll work on fetching the conversations. Hello everyone. In this part, we're going to work on fetching the conversations. So right now we're seeing this dummy data, but now we're gonna work on getting the real data from the database. So let me just add a new event here, get conversations. Then I'm just gonna console log the event like this. And then I'm gonna add a try catch block. So here, if we get any error, then we can just copy this code. This will send an error response to the front end. So here I'm just gonna change this to get conversations, and this will say failed to fetch the conversations like this. Okay, so in the try block, first I'm gonna get the user ID from the socket.data.user ID, and if that doesn't exist, then we're gonna return an error response, and that we can just copy from here. So we already have this condition, so let me just copy this and paste it here. Then I'm gonna change this to user ID, and let's change the event to get conversations like this. So now we're gonna fetch all the conversations where the user is a participant. So let's get the conversations. We're gonna use the conversation model and then the find function. Here we're gonna add a condition participants as the user ID. So this will just fetch all the conversations where this user is a part of. Then we also want to sort it in descending order. So I'm gonna use sort function and then assign updated at -1 value. This will fetch all the conversations in a descending order. Then I'm going to use the populate function to populate the last message data. The path will be last message, and then the select property will select the content, the sender ID, attachment, and the created at property like this. So we can do this because if we go into the conversations, you can see the last message is the object ID, and that is connected to the message schema. So we will be able to fetch all of this data in the populate function like this. Then I'm gonna populate the participants data as well. So for this, we can just copy these lines because I'm gonna include the name, avatar, and the email for all the participants in this conversation. Then I'm gonna use the len function to convert all of these to JS objects. And once we get the conversations, then I'm gonna emit the get conversations event back, and I'm gonna send success as true, and the data will be conversations like this. Okay, so let's save this, and now the function is ready. And what this will do is, first it will check if we have the current user, then it will fetch the conversations, populate the last message and the participants data. Once we have that, then we are sending the data back to front end. So now it's time to work on implementing this. So first I'm gonna go into the socket events, copy this function, and then change this to get conversations like this. So now I'm gonna go into the home screen because that's where we are fetching the conversations. So for now, it's just using the dummy data, this one. So here I'm gonna add the use effect hook and then call the get conversations function, and here I'm gonna pause the callback handler. So this is where we get the response from the backend. So let me just define this function here, process conversations. We'll get the data. And for now, I'm just going to console log the result like this. So we also need to stop listening to this event when this component unmounts. So we're going to return a callback, and here call this get conversations, pass the callback handler and off as true. So let's add the type as response props for this result, and this will contain success, data, and message, because all of the responses have these properties. Now I'm gonna add the conversation state to store all the data. By default, this will be empty array, and the error that we're getting is because we already declared this dummy data. So let me just comment this like this. So now I'm gonna add a proper type for this state. So let me just import the conversation props from the types file. And if I open this, here you can see we have the following properties: ID, type, avatar, participants, and then the name of the conversation, last message, and then the last message contains all of this data. This is all the data that we're fetching from the get conversations array. So you can just copy these prop types, or you can find this file into the description below. So this will be an array like this. So we still don't see any data, and that's because we still need to call this function get conversations and pass null. This will trigger the emit function, and we will get the data, and we already have got the data in the terminal. So here is the result. Data contains the array of all the conversations. So now what we're gonna do is we are gonna comment this console log and then check if the result.success is true. Then we're gonna set the conversations as result.data. Let's save this. So there we can see the conversations data. We don't see the name of the conversation, but that we can fix later. If we go into the groups, we can see the group conversations. So the data is fetching. Now we're going to work on fixing the name, but before that, I'm going to add a proper type for all of these conversations. Here we're using any, and we should avoid this and add proper types. So here I'm going to use conversation props like this. Then let's go to the part where we are displaying these conversations. So here I'm gonna add the conversation props. Okay, so let's go into the conversation item, and here I'm gonna add the conversation item props, list item props, this one. So if I open this, you will see we have the item, show divider, is group, and the router property. And the conversation props, you've already seen this, so you can just copy this. So now I'm gonna work on the conversation item, and first I'm gonna work on displaying the correct avatar. So let's create the avatar. And for group conversations, we will have the item.avatar, but for direct conversations, we'll have to find this from the other participant. So here I'm gonna make a check if the conversation is direct. That means there are only two participants, and we're gonna display the avatar of the other participant. So here I'm gonna use the find function on the participants, and look for the participant where the participant ID is not equal to the current user ID, because that will be the other person. So to get the current user ID, we're gonna get the current user from a use auth hook, this one, and let's just change this to current user.id. And if is direct is false, then we don't need the other participant, and in that case I'm gonna assign null like this. So now we have the avatar, and we can use it in the avatar component here. So there we can see the avatars for group conversations, but we won't be able to see the avatar for the direct conversations, and that is because we still need to add a condition where we check if is direct is true and the other participant exists. Then we're gonna display the avatar of the other participant. So here I'm gonna add the condition, and if other participant exists, then the avatar will be other participant dot avatar like this. We need to convert this to let like this, So let's save this, and now we should be able to see the avatar for the group and the direct conversations. There we go. Now I'm going to work on fixing the name for direct conversations. So the name property on the conversation is for group names only, but if isDirect is true, then we're going to display the name of other participant. So like this, and save this. There we have the name of other participant on the direct conversations. Then we have the last message date and the content, which will display only when we have the last message in the conversation. So now I'm going to console log the conversation item to show you guys the data that we are getting in each conversation item. Let's save this, and there we have the log. So let me just copy this data and then go to the JSON formatter, paste this data here. Okay, so here we have the conversation data. If I zoom in, you will see we have the array for the participants. The type is direct, and so here at the top we have the ID, avatar, created by, name, and the participants array, and this is the data for the direct conversation. So if I go to the front end here, if I go to the groups tab, now we have a log for the group conversation. This is the one, so let me just copy this one and paste it here. So here you can see the participants can be more than 2%. We have the name, avatar, and the type will be group. So these are the differences between the direct and the group conversations data. But the conversation item will display both of them as it's doing right now. So let me just minimize this and comment this. So now I'm gonna work on updating the conversation list when there is a new conversation. So whenever we select a user or create a group, it should update the conversation list for direct or group conversations. And for that, I'm gonna go into the home screen. And here we're gonna add the listener for new conversation. So here I'm gonna add the function new conversation, and then add a callback handler. So let's call it new conversation handler. Then I'm gonna add this function here. This will receive a response whenever there's a new conversation. And we're also gonna stop listening to this event when this component unmounts. So let me just copy this, change this to new conversation, and this one to new conversation handler, like this. So here first we're gonna make a check if result.success is true, and then we are also gonna make one more condition that if result.data.isNew is true, because this will only be for new conversations, and if there is a new conversation, we are sending the data with isNew property. So if there is an existing conversation, isNew will be false, and for new one this will be true, like this. So based on this, we can check if we want to update the conversation list or not. And if both of these conditions are true, then we're gonna set conversations. We're gonna spread all the previous data first, and then a result.data, like this. So this will update the list. Now we won't be able to see this here because whenever we create a conversation, this instantly goes to the conversation page. So we're gonna have to install this app on another device to see this. So now I'm gonna open the app in Android, and this is the first time we are testing the Android app. So let's hope everything goes well. It's already showing the logged in user, and that's coming from the old app that I was testing before I made this tutorial. So let me just reload the application. Okay, so here you can see the welcome page. Now here I'm gonna bring both of the devices. Let's get started. Let's go to the login, and here login with Maxwell. Okay, so the login is working. We can see the group conversations. There are no direct conversations. So here I'm gonna create a direct conversation and see if that works. So now if I click on this user, that means it will create a new conversation and we will get the response in this callback handler, and it will update the conversation list for Maxwell. So if I click on this, there we can see the new conversation is updated for Maxwell's account, and we are in the conversation page on my account. So right now there's only this way: when we create a new conversation or select a user, only then we go to the conversation page, and next I'm gonna fix that. So we need to send the conversation data to this page as well. Okay, so now let me just make this bigger and move this to the VS Code window. So now when we click on any item, we should move to the conversation page with the conversation data. So here we have this function. Let me just copy this and move to the last here. And here I'm going to use the router to push a new page. We already have this page. So path will be main group / conversation page. This one. And then we're gonna send the conversation data as well. So here I'm gonna add the params ID, then I'm gonna add the name, the avatar, the type of the conversation, and the participants. For participants, I'm gonna make this a string and then parse all the participants later in that conversation page. This will be params like this. So let's save this. Now if we click on this item, we move to the conversation page, and now let's see if we're actually getting the data. So here I'm gonna get the data from a hook that is called use local search params. This one. So here let's just console log the data that we got from the previous component. Let's save this. And here we have the conversation data. We have the avatar, ID, name, participants is obviously a string that we'll work on later. Now let's see if we actually get this data when creating a new conversation. So if I open the list of the users, then click on this user, we are in the conversation and we got the conversation data. Now let's see if we are getting the group conversation data as well. So if I go into the groups tab and then create a group, let's select the users, select the name, and then select the group avatar, and then hit create. So we move to the conversation page and we got the group conversation data in the terminal. So all the navigations are working and we are getting the data in the conversation page. So in the next part, we'll work on the conversation UI. Hello everyone. In this part, we're going to work on the conversation UI. So first we're gonna get the user from the use auth hook. Like this. Now let me just move this data below this line, and the data we're gonna get is the conversation ID, the name of the conversation, participants, avatar, and the type. The participants are stringified participants. If you remember previously, when we moved to this screen from the conversation item, we use JSON.stringify. So we're gonna have to parse this data in this screen. Then we're gonna get the avatar, the type of the conversation. So here we're gonna create the participants from the stringified participants, so that we have the array of the participants data, and we're gonna take this as a string like this. Now I'm gonna create a variable as the conversation avatar. So this will be different for the direct and the group conversations. So by default, this will be the avatar, and we're gonna use a variable is direct to see if we are in a direct conversation. Then we're gonna change this to the other participants avatar. So we're gonna get the other participant here as well. So if the conversation is direct, then the participant, we're gonna display the other participants avatar. So we're gonna have to get the other participant. If the ID does not match to the current user, that means it's the other participant in the conversation. So here we're getting this error. Okay, let's just do this. Okay, and let's make this any. Okay, great. Now we have the other participant and isDirect property. So here we're gonna make a condition. If isDirect is true and we have the other participant, then we're gonna change the conversation avatar to the other participant's avatar like this. Now we're gonna get the conversation name, and that's the same as the conversation avatar. It will be based on isDirect. If it's true, then we're gonna display the other participant's name as the conversation name, but if it's not, then the name will be the group name, because we'll be in the group conversation. Okay, so let's go into the conversation, and before we design this, let me just copy and paste the style sheet for this conversation component, and let me just import these variables. I will show you these styles whenever we use these. Vertical scale, and then we have the spacing horizontal, and finally scale function. Okay, so here I'm gonna add the background pattern. So show pattern as true, and then the background opacity will be 0.5. Let's save this. There we have the pattern. Now let's remove this line, and here I'm gonna use the keyboard avoiding view component so that we don't have any keyboard issues, because this will show an input in the component. So for the behavior property, this will be different for iOS and the Android. If it's iOS, then we're gonna use padding. If it's Android, we're gonna use height. Then let me just add this style as the container for this view. So for the container, we have flex one so that it takes full space. You can just copy this. Then here I'm gonna use the header component. We already have this component, so let me just import header from the components. Here first we're gonna use the style as the header. So this is just the padding around the top, bottom, and the horizontal, so you can just copy this. Then we're gonna use the icon in the header that will show on the left side. So here I'm gonna create a view, give this a style as the header left. Then inside this, first I'm gonna use the back button. Let's close this. We're gonna have to import the view component as well. And for the header left, we have these styles so that everything shows into the center. We will add the name and the avatar later, but for now, let's just close this header and see how it looks. So there we have the back button. Now after the back button, I'm gonna add the avatar of the user or the group. So let's use the avatar component, give it a size of 40. Then URI will be conversation avatar as a string, and then I'm gonna add isGroup property. So this will be if type equals to group or not. Then let's close it and save this. There we can see the avatar of the user. Then after this, I'm gonna display the name of the conversation. So let's use typo. Here let's display conversation name. This can be the username or the group name. So let's give it a color of white, and then font weight of 500, and then the size will be 22. Let's save this. So there we can see the name of the conversation. It will either be the other participant's name or the group name. So for the right icon, I'm just gonna use a button that will show 3 dots. So first we're gonna import the icon. So let's go to home, and here let's just copy this line and then paste it here. Okay, so the icon we're gonna use is called dots 3 outline vertical. Very strange name, but we're gonna use this icon, and let's give it a weight of fill, and then the color will be white. Let's close this and save this. Okay, there we can see the icon. It won't be functional, but it was looking good in the design, so I just added it anyway. Now after the header, we're gonna show the messages. So here will be the message container. So for now, I'm just gonna copy and paste some dummy messages that we're gonna use for now, but later we will change that. So here is a list of the dummy messages, and each message contains the ID, the sender data, the content, the date of the message, and if it's the message from my side or the other side. So that's what we're gonna use for now. So let me just go to the messages, and here I'm gonna use a view, and let's give it a style as the content. So for the content, we have the following style properties. You can just copy these. These are the same ones as the content on the home screen. It will be rounded from the top side. So you can just copy these. Then inside this, I'm gonna use a flat list component to render all the messages. First, let's add the data as the dummy messages. Then I'm gonna use a property called inverted as true. So we're gonna display this list as inverted, so that we don't have to reverse the messages. It will already show the latest messages on the bottom. So that is very helpful, and it's also helpful for the keyboard avoiding view as well. Show vertical scroll indicator as false, then the content container styles as the message container message content, and then I'm gonna use the render item. So this will give us a callback with the item, and we're gonna use the message item component that I will create in a second. So then we're gonna use a property key extractor, and we're gonna use item.id. Each message will have an ID. So let's close this. Okay, so for the messages content, we have the following properties of the styles, just the padding around the container. So you can just copy these. Now to fix this error, I'm gonna create this message item component inside the components folder. Let's just create a functional component. Let's save it and use it here. And let's also pause the item, and we're gonna use isDirect property inside this. So let me just pause this as well. Okay, so let's save this. And there we can see the message content, and the list is showing from the bottom because we use inverted as true. Now let's go into the message item, and here we're gonna receive these properties. So we have the item and isDirect, where item is the type of message props, and then the isDirect is a boolean. So for the message item, we have the following properties and their types. So you can just copy these or find the link of this file in the video description. Now, first we're gonna create the current user. So let's get this from the use auth hook. Then we're gonna create a variable to see if it's the message from my side or the other side. So is me, and then you can find this on the item for now, but later we're gonna change this. So now let me just copy and paste the style sheet for this component and quickly import these variables. Okay, so here for the container, I'm gonna give this a style as the message container. So for the message container, we have the maximum width as 80%, then the gap and fill extraction as row, and this will be for each message item. Now we're gonna change the styles if it's a message from my side or the other side. So if is me is true, then we're gonna provide my message styles. Otherwise, we will use their message styles, and we already have this in the style sheet. These styles just align the message container to the side where it belongs. So my message will show on the right side and their message will show on the left side. Then after this, I'm gonna make a condition where if it's not my message and isDirect is false, then I'm gonna display the user avatar. And this case is only for the group participant messages. So if we go into the group, here I want to display the username and the group avatar who sent this message. So for that case, I want to display the user avatar. So let's give it a size of 30. The URI will be null for now, and the style will be a message avatar. So let's close this and save this. There we can see the user avatar, and for the message avatar we have the following styles. You can just copy these, and this is only for the group conversations. It won't display in a direct conversation because in a direct conversation we already know who we are talking to, so we don't need the avatar there. Now after this, I'm gonna add another view for the message bubble, and let's give it a style as the message bubble. This is the default style for this container, and we have the border radius, padding, and the gap. But we're gonna change the background color based on if it's my message or other guy's message. So if is me is true, then we're gonna add the style as my bubble, and if it's not, then their bubble. So for these styles, we just change the background styles to differentiate between the messages. So let's just close this. Now inside this, first I'm going to display the name of the sender. So let's use a typo and give this a color as neutral 900. And then let's give it a font weight of 600, and the size will be 13. Now let's display the item.sender.name. So let's save this, and there we can see the sender name, but I don't want to see me on my side. I just want to see other guy's username. So let's add a condition here. If it's not me, only then it will display the sender name. So let's just copy this and paste it here. Let's save this. So now it won't show my name, but only other users' name. And if we go into the group conversation, actually we do need to add one more condition. If isDirect is false, we're gonna have to add the AND operator here. Let's save this. So the reason we are doing this, because we want to display the username and the user avatar only in the group conversation. So it won't display in a direct conversation because we already know who we are talking to. So that's all good. Now after this, I'm gonna add the message content. So here let's make a condition. If we have item.content, then we're gonna use a typo and give this a size of 15. And then let's use item.content. This will be the message content. So if we go into the message, there we can see the messages. So if I just comment this, this is before and this is after. So now we have my messages and the messages from the other side as well. If we go into the direct messages, we don't see the username and the user avatar. I mean, you can show the user avatar and the name in the direct conversations, but I just thought it made sense that we already know who we are talking to. So let's just not show it. So let's add another typo here, and that is for the date of the message. Let's align it to the end, size 11, font weight 600, and the color as neutral 600. And then here is gonna be item.created@. Let's save this. So there we have the date on each message. So this is looking pretty good. Let's go back and go to a direct conversation. Everything looks good. So the only thing missing is an input component at the bottom where we can type the message. So that is what we're gonna do next. So let's go into the home component, the conversation component. And after we display all the messages, here we're gonna create another view for the footer. Let's give it a style as the footer. And for the footer, we just have some padding on the top and the bottom. And then inside this, we're gonna use the component input. We already have that. And the value will be the message. And this is the state that we're gonna create to save the message. Let's close this. And here let's create the state message and set message. By default, this is going to be an empty string like this. So let's use it here. Here we have the message. Then we're gonna add a function on change text. We just pause set message. And then we're gonna have the container styles for this input. Let's give it a padding left as the spacing horizontal of 10. Then the padding right. We're gonna use a lot of padding right. So let's use scale of 65. and then the border will be 0. Okay, so let's add the placeholder. This will say type message. So let's close this and save this. Okay, so there we can see the message input. Now we're gonna add an icon on the left side. So we have the icon property on this input. So if we go inside there, you can see we are displaying the icon. So we're gonna pass an icon to pick the images. So we're gonna use touchable opacity, give it a style as the input icon. Then I'm gonna add on press property that will trigger a function on pick file. So inside this button, we're gonna display the plus icon. So icons.plus. Let's give it a color of black. Then the weight will be bold. And the size will be vertical scale of 22. Like this. So before we save this, I'm gonna declare this onPickFile function. So let's do that here. This is going to be an async function. For now, let's just leave it empty and let's save this. So there we can see the button, and that will be used to pick the images and send in the conversation. So now we're gonna implement picking the image logic. So we already have that. Let me just copy the import statement, and I believe we have the logic here to get the image and set into the state. So let's just copy it here, change the name to onPickFile, and everything looks good here. So when we pick the image, we're gonna save it into the state. So let's just copy the asset. Then we're gonna set it into the selected file like this. So now we have to create this state here. Let's do that. Selected file and set selected file. By default, this is going to be null like this. So now we can use that, and we have an error, and to fix that, we're gonna have a type here. So this can either be an object with a URI as string, or it can be null like this. So that fixes the issue. Now this will trigger this function and set the file into selected file, but we do need to show this file so that user can see the file is selected, and we're gonna do that here. We're gonna check if we have the selected file and a URI property on this file. Then we're gonna display the image component, and then let's give it a source as the selected file.uri. And let's give it a style as styles.selectedFile. Let's close it and save this. For the selected file, we have the following properties. It's going to show a small circular image in this button. So if I click on this, we can pick the image. Let's choose this one, and there we can see the selected file. It's just to show the user that you have selected the file. We can change the image. So that is how it's going to work. Now let's create another button to send the message. It's going to display on the right side. So after this, I'm gonna add another view and give this a style as the input right icon. For the input right icon, we have position absolute and the following properties to display on the right side of the input. So you can just copy these properties. Now inside this, I'm gonna add a touchable opacity and give this a style as the input icon, and then add an onPress property which is going to trigger on send function. So here let's add the icon as the paper plane tilt. Let's give it a color as black. The weight will be fill, and the size will be vertical scale of 22. Okay, so before I save this, I'm gonna define this onSend function. So let's do that here. Let's just leave it empty for now. So here we have this button. Let's save this, and now it's displaying on the right side. So here we have the style properties for the input right icon. You can just copy these. And for the input icon, we have the following properties. You can copy these as well. Okay, so this is looking good. Now what we're gonna do next is add a loading. So when we send the image or a message, it will show a loading, and for that we're gonna use a loading state here. If the loading is true, then we are gonna use the loading component. Let's give it the property size as small and the color will be black. And if the loading is false, then we will display this plain icon. So we're gonna need to define this state. Let's do that here. Loading and set loading. By default, this is going to be false. Let's save this. So now to see this loading, if I make this true, this is how it will look when we are sending a file or a message into this conversation. But let me just change this back. Okay, now I do believe we need some margin for this button. So let's go to this button, and here I'm gonna add the margin bottom as the vertical scale of 7, like this. Let's save this, and now it's looking good. Now let's just reload the application. So with this, the UI for the conversation is pretty much complete. Everything is looking good. If I open the keyboard, it will shift all the messages up and it's working. So we don't have any keyboard issues with the content as well. So what we're gonna do next is work on some validations and uploading the image. So when we click on this button, on send will be triggered. So here I'm gonna add a condition if we don't have the message and we don't have the selected file as well, then we're gonna return from here, because a user must choose a message or a file to send in the conversation. Then if there is no current user, we will return from here as well. So we need to have a message, selected file, or user must log in before sending the message. So now I'm gonna work on uploading the file on the cloudinary. So first we're gonna start the loading, and then I'm gonna add a try catch block. In case if we get any error, we'll just console log the error message here and alert the user that we have an error, failed to send the message, like this. And we're gonna add a finally block where we set the loading to false after all of this is done. Okay, so in the try block, first I'm gonna create an attachment variable where we store the file that we are sending. So if we have the selected file, that means user wants to send this file as well. So we're gonna get the upload result from a function upload file to cloudinary, which we already have. And here we're gonna send the selected file, and the second parameter will be the folder name. So let's call it message attachments. Okay, so we're getting this error because I misspelled this. Okay, so after we get this response, we're gonna make a condition if upload result dot success is true. That means the file is uploaded, and in that case we're gonna replace the attachment with upload result dot data, because that will be the URL of the uploaded file. But if the success is false, then we're gonna alert the user. First we're gonna set the loading to false, and then we're gonna alert the user with the error. So let's just copy this line and paste it here. Let's change the message to could not send the image. And if the file is uploaded, then we're gonna display, we're just gonna console log the attachment. So let me just add console log and the attachment that is uploaded. Let's save this and let's open the terminal to see the result. So first let's choose an image. Let's choose this one and then hit upload. We see the loading and then we see the attachment in the console. So here is the URL of the file that is uploaded. If I click on it, it's going to open in the browser. Okay, so it's opened on my other display. So let me just drag that here. So this is the file that is uploaded and the media upload is working in the conversation. Now let's reload the application. Now let's see if I don't include a file and just add a message and then hit send. It says attachment as null because we did not include an attachment and it's passing all the validations, so it's all good. With this, the UI for the conversation is complete. We added the validation and file upload for the conversation. And in the next part, we'll work on creating a new message and fetching the message history. Hello everyone. In this part, we're going to work on the new message and the message history. So right now we are in the home screen and we're gonna work on this new message API. So for that, let's go to the backend, and here I'm gonna create a new event. It will be the new message event. Then we will have a callback with the data. So here I'm just gonna console log a message with this event and the data that we got from the front end. So now I'm gonna add a try catch block. So if we get any error, I'm just gonna console log the error. Actually, let's just copy this line and paste it here and change the event name to new message. Then this message will say failed to send the message like this. Now here I'm gonna create the message. So let's use the message model and then use the create function. Okay, so here I'm gonna provide the conversation ID. So each message is connected to a conversation, and that's why we're gonna add the conversation ID. We have the ID, sender ID, content, and the attachment. So we're gonna add all these properties here, and these will be passed from the front end. So the data will include the sender ID, avatar, and the name. So we're gonna use that here. Okay, so now the message is created, and the next thing is to send this event to all the participants in that conversation. And for that, we've already done this while creating the new conversation. Here you can see we're gonna use the IO object. So let's just copy this code and paste it here. Okay, so here we're gonna use the conversation ID, and all the participants in that conversation will receive this message. Then let's change the event name to new message, success true, and here we need to prepare the new message data. So after creating the message, we will have the ID. So we're gonna send the ID from message._ID like this. Then the content will be data.content, and we're gonna prepare the sender details here because we will need to display that on the front end side. So here I'm gonna include the ID, name, and the avatar, which we will pass from the front end when we send a new message. So here is the sender data. Then I'm gonna add the attachment, and then a created add property. Here I'm gonna add the new date and convert it to ISO string like this. And lastly, we're gonna have the conversation ID. Okay, so after sending this, we're gonna update the last message property in the conversation. So here I'm just gonna add this comment, and we're gonna use the conversation model. And here we have a function find by ID and update. So here we need to provide the conversation ID, which we're going to update, and then we're gonna update the last message. So here let's just add message._ID. Okay, so this is going to update the last message in that conversation so that we can display it in the chats. So here first we are trying to create the message, then sending it to all the participants, and then updating the last message. So hopefully that will work as expected. Now let's go to the front end, and here let's go to the socket events, copy this event and change this to new message. Okay, so now we're gonna go into the conversation component, and here first we need to register a callback handler. So here I'm gonna create a use effect hook and provide an empty dependency array. Then here we're gonna import the new message event and register a callback. So this will be new message handler. Then we're gonna return a callback. So that will trigger whenever this component unmounts, and we're gonna stop listening to this event whenever that happens. So here we're gonna pass true as off. So here let's define this message handler. Okay, so for now I'm just gonna console log the result that we got from this API, and we'll see what happens. Now if we go into the onSend function, here we are already uploading the file and saving it into the attachment, but now we're gonna call this function, call this new API that we have, new message, and here we're gonna provide the data. So conversation ID, and then the sender details, because we're using it in the backend and we can get the sender details from the current user. We have the ID, name, and the avatar. Okay, then we have the content, and then we have the attachment if user has added any. So this will be the data that we will send to the backend, and that will be sent to all the participants. And we're getting this conversation ID from use local search params, and that we got from the previous screen. So we need to start the loading, and we're already doing this here, but we need to stop this loading once we receive the response from this API. So let's go to this handler and here set the loading to false. Okay, so now let's see if that works. Let me just open the terminal and let's try to send a message to this conversation. Then hit send. So there we got a new response from the new message, and this contains the new message data. You can see the content here. So now we're gonna clear the message input once we send the message, and for that we're gonna go into the onSend function, and just after we call this event, we're gonna set the message to an empty string and set the selected file as null. Okay, so let's save this. Now let me see the backend, the database, to see if we actually created the new message. So now here we can see the new message collection, and we only have this one message that we sent. We have the conversation ID, the sender ID, and the content. Attachment is null because we did not included any file. Now let me try to send a new message. Okay, that is sent and the message is cleared. We got the response. Now let's see in the database. So now we have two messages, and sending the messages is working on the iOS, but now I need to make sure if that works on the Android side as well. So let's open the Android emulator. So it's loading, and there we have the conversations, and it's already showing the lost message. And that is because we included the lost message in the conversation data. So if we go into the conversation item component, here you will see we're getting the lost message from the item. And if we go into the backend, when we're fetching the conversation data, yeah, this is the one. So in this event, we are populating the lost message data. We are including the content, sender ID, attachment. So that's why it's already showing the last message that we sent in this conversation. Now let me try to send a message from this side and hit send. And hopefully that is sent as well. If you see in the console, we have this new response. I'm good. How are you? We got two events because one is from the sender and the other is from the receiver. Both apps are opened at the same time. Okay, so now let me just minimize this and comment this console log. Let's go to the conversation. Here we have this log. Okay, so now we're gonna work on getting this message history. Let's go to the backend, and here we need to define a new event, get messages. Actually, let's just copy this one and then paste it here. We're gonna change the event to get messages. In the data, we will get only the conversation ID. So here I'm gonna define the type as an object with the conversation ID as a string. Then we're gonna change the event name, so this will be get messages, and in case of error this will say failed to fetch the messages, like this. Then we have this message here, this will say get messages, and I'm going to remove everything inside the try block. Why do we get this error? Oh, okay, so this needs to be on the data object, like this. The error is gone. Okay, so now we're gonna fetch the messages using the message model. We're gonna use the function find. We only have one condition where the conversation ID is the one that we passed from the front end. Then we're gonna use the sort function. We're going to sort in a descending order, so created at will be -1. This is going to put the newest messages of first in the array. Then we're going to use the populate function. We're going to populate the sender data on a message, so the path will be the sender ID, and we're going to select the name and the avatar for this sender. And you can also add the types for this populate function, so you can just add an object. This will contain the sender ID. So sender ID will be an object containing the sender data. It can include the ID as a string, name string, and the avatar as a string, just like this. Then we're going to create the message with the sender. I'm going to populate the messages so that each message will have only the sender object, not the sender ID. Right now all the sender data is within the sender ID object, and I don't want this, so ID will be the message dot underscore ID. Then we have the sender object, and inside this I want to add the ID, name, and the avatar that we can get from the sender ID object, and then the avatar, like this. So this way we will have the sender object data. Now we need to return, we need to emit this data from the backend. So socket.emit, then the get messages event, and then the response will have success as true, and the data will be messages with the sender. Okay, great. So what we are doing here is, first we are fetching all the messages, sorting them, and populating the sender data. Then we are populating the sender object from the sender ID, and then we are emitting it back to the front end so that we can use it to display the message history. So let's go to the front end and do that. Let me just copy this event, and this will be get messages. Let's save this and go to the conversation component. Now here let's get this function and create a message handler. Let's define it here as well, so that when component unmounts, we will stop listening to this event. Now let me create a state to save all these messages. Let's call it messages and set messages. By default it's going to be empty, and I'm gonna add the message props as the type. It's going to be an array. So in the message props you can see the properties a message will have. You can find the link for this file into the video description, or you can just copy these properties. Now let's define this handler here. This will receive the response, and if response dot success is true, that means we got the messages. So we will set the messages as result.data, like this. And I'm going to remove the dummy messages because now we'll be fetching the messages from our server, and we need to remove this when in the flat list as well. So here we're going to use messages. Let's save this. So we don't see any messages because we haven't called this event yet. So what I'm going to do is, in the use effect hook, I'm going to call this event, and I'm going to pass the data as the conversation ID, because we need to pass this ID so that we can get all the messages based on this conversation ID, and that is coming from the previous screen. So let's save this, and there we can see 3 bubbles. Hopefully these are the messages that we got from the backend, but we need to go into the message item and fix the errors. Okay, so first we have this property is me. This was coming from the dummy messages. I'm going to change this. So if the current user ID matches with the sender of the message item.sender.id, that means this is the message from my side and is me will be true. So there you can see two bubbles move to the right side. These were my messages. So let's go and fix the other issues. Here we have the content, but it's not displaying any content. So let me just console log the message item. Let's save this, and there we see some logs in the terminal. I see. So basically it's just getting the mongoose document. We don't want that. I'm going to use .lean function, and what that will do is it will convert the data into the JavaScript objects. That way we won't be getting this unnecessary data from the MongoDB. So if I go into this conversation, there we can see the content for all the messages, and now it's a JavaScript object. Okay, so we can just remove this. And next I'm going to fix the date for each message because it's not user friendly. And the property is item.createdAt. I'm going to use the moment library to format this. So let's create the formatted date. So first I'm gonna have a condition to see if the date is in the current day, and we can use the isSame property, isSame function, and that will check if this createdAt date is within the same day. We need to pass the day here, and this will be the condition. If that is true, then we will display the date differently. So I'm going to use the moment again, pass this item.createdAt property, and this will format the date as hours :minutes and then the AM or PM. But if it's not within the same day, then we're going to display it with the month as well. So this will format it as the month, then the day, then hours, minutes, and AM or PM. So it's going to display the date like this. Now let's use the formatted date here. Let's save this, and now we can see it's looking more user friendly. Okay, so now let's see what else do we need to fix. We have the content here, the sender name, and then the avatar. We need to provide an avatar, and that we can get from the sender object as well. So here we need to provide item.sender.avatar. Now let's save this, and we won't be seeing this here because this is a direct conversation and we've only shown the avatar in the group conversation. So here I need to send a message. Okay, so hopefully the message is sent. Now let's see it here. We don't have that group here, so let's just send the message in this group. Now let's go to the Android emulator, or we can just reload the application as well. That will work. So the reason we are doing this is because we haven't implemented the feature where it will instantly show the sent messages. We will do that in a second. So if we go into this group, we can see the message and the user avatar and the username. So that is working, and it will only show this avatar in the group conversation. If we go into the direct conversation, because we already know who we are talking to, that's why I don't want to show it here. Now, once we get the new message response in this handler, we're gonna check if result.success is true. And then we're gonna make another check to see if we are in the correct conversation. So result.data.conversation ID. If that is equal to the conversation ID we are in right now, that means we need to append the message to the messages. So let's set the messages. This will give us a callback with the previous state. So first we need to have the result.data. This will be the new message. And then we need to spread all the previous state. Okay, so I'm placing the data first because this is an inverted list and that will show at the end. So if the success is false, that means we need to show an alert to the user. This will say error. and then result.message like this. So let's save this and see if this is working. Now I'm going to send a new message and we should hopefully see that here. Then hit send, and there we can see the message that is updated on both the devices. We need to go into this conversation. There we can see the new message. Now let me try to send a message from this side as well. Then hit send, and there we can see the new message. So this message handler is updating the messages. Now let me put these phones side by side to show you guys how fast we can send and receive messages, because we're using sockets and that works very fast than the REST APIs. So let me just reload the applications. Okay, so let's open this conversation here and the same conversation here. Now I need you guys to check out the response time when sending and receiving a message. So if I send a message from this side, you will see it instantly appears in both the conversation when I hit the send button. Let's test one more time. So there you can see how fast this is working, and the same response time will be in the group messages as well. So if I go into the movie night group and the same one on the other side, if I send a message from this side, as soon as I press the send button, it's going to appear in the other conversation as well. So this is the power of sockets. We are connected to the server all the time, and we just need to send an event and it will instantly appear on the other side. So that is why it's very fast. Okay, so let's go back, and here we need to update the last message in the conversation list because right now it's not updating. But before we fix that, I need to test the image sending as well. So if we go in this conversation and pick an image, let's choose this one and hit send. This will take some time because it's also uploading the image as well. The image is uploaded, but it's not displaying. So let's go into the message item and see why is that. It's because we haven't displayed it yet. So let's add an condition here, item.attachment exists. Then we use the image component from Expo image. Then let's add the source as the item.attachment. Then the content fit property will be cover. Then let's add the attachment styles. And then the transition will be 100 milliseconds. Let's close it, and for the attachment style we have the following properties. You can just copy these. Okay, so let's save it, and now it will display the image. Maybe we just need to reload the application. Okay, so now it's showing the image in the last message. Let's go into the conversation, and it's still not showing the image. That's not good. Let's go into the types, and the message props have the attachment. Let's go into the backend, and this should be in the get messages API. Oh, it's in the new message API, and I found the issue. So this attachment has a spelling mistake. This has a letter E, and this was in the model as well. So instead of changing this, let's just change this one and add the letter E. We need to update the message props. That's why we're getting this error. So add letter E in here as well. Let's save this, and now the error should be gone. So let's save this, and now we can see the image. So the letter E was causing the issue. That was my mistake. Now we are able to see the images. Now there is one more place where we could be making this mistake. So if we go into the conversation here, when we are sending the attachment, oh, it's already good, so we don't need to worry about this. Now let me try to send the image one more time. Let's choose this view, and we can actually send the message with the attachment as well. So if I hit send, we send the image and we see the message as well. So sending the messages is working and the images are being sent as well. Now we're gonna work on updating the last message in the conversation item. So right now, if I just send a message, it's updated in the conversation, but it's not updated in the conversation list. Same goes for the groups. If I go into the group here, if I type a message and send it in this conversation, this won't be updated in the conversation list. That's what we're gonna fix next. Let's go into the home, and we need to register the event for the new message here. And whenever there is a new message, we're going to loop through all the conversation and then update the last message for that conversation. Okay, so let's change this to new message like this, and now we need to define this new message handler. This will receive the response from this event whenever there is a new message. So we need to check if result.success is true. That means we got the new message, and now we need to get the conversation ID from this new message. Okay, so we already have the conversation list. We're gonna set the conversation, and this will give us a callback with all the previous state. So what we're gonna do here is get the updated conversations. So here I'm going to use the map function on the previous conversation, and this will give us each item from the conversation, and we're going to check if item.id matches the conversation ID. That means the new message is within this conversation, and we need to update the last message with this new message. So once we do that, we are going to return the item that will update the conversation, and then we need to return the updated conversations as well. So that will take care of updating the last message in the conversation. So here, if we go into the direct messages and let's test this one. Actually, we can just test it in the group conversation. So here, if we go into the movie night and type a message, then hit send. Actually, we need to be in the conversation list to see this happen. So if I hit send, there we can see the new message, and it's updated in the conversation list as well. So this is working. Now let me try to send one more message. There we can see it's updated. Now let's see if that is working in the direct conversation. So let's go to the direct conversation with this account. So if I type a message here and then send, you can see it's updated in the conversation list on iOS. Now let's see if that works when we send an image. I believe this will display image when we send an attachment. So if I choose this image and hit send, there we can see the image, and it's showing the image as it was sent in this conversation. So let me just reload the application, and with this, our application is complete, and we just need to do a final demo of all the features. So let me just log out on this device. We're going to test all the features that we have implemented so far, and let's log out on this one as well. So whenever user opens this app for the first time, he will see this welcome page. Then getting started, he can register an account. So let's create a test account as Superman. Let's create a password. Then hit sign up. This is going to create an account, and with a new account, you don't see anything, no direct messages, no groups. If we open this model, he can select any user to converse with, but we can also create a group as well. So these are the main features. Then he can open the setting to update the name and the avatar. So let's update the avatar for Superman. Let's update. And now we should be able to see the avatar, and for the images we are using cloudinary to save all the media. Now let me just log in with my account on Android. So you can see the UI is looking pretty good on both the devices, even on Android. So here we already have some conversations, there we have some messages. So if I want to converse with my account from this side, if I just click on the username, you will see the conversation here. If I send a new message, hit send, there we can see the message here, and it's updated as a last message in the conversation. So we can open the conversation, and here we can send and receive the messages. Now let's send a new message from here. There we can see it's updated, and if I open this, I'm going to send some messages from this side as well, just to show you guys how sending and receiving the messages are working. Then we can add images into the conversation as well. So if I choose an image, then hit send. So for the images, we are using cloudinary, and it's being saved in the cloudinary, and the URL is being saved in the MongoDB. And that is how the image upload is working. So there you can see how the images are being uploaded and the messages are instantly being sent and received. Basically this is the main feature of this chat application. So now we can also chat in the groups as well. So if I go to the groups, there we don't have any groups for this user, so we can just create a new group. First we need to pick the avatar, then the group name and the users for the group. Then create group. So there we can see the new group is created and it's appeared on the other device as well. Here I can just send a message and it will be displayed on the other side with the username and the avatar. Okay, so now if I wanted to send a message from another user's account, I will just need to log out and quickly log back in with Alexander. Okay, so if we go into the groups, we can see the group here and I can just send a new message from this side. Okay, there we can see the new message from Alexander. The images are same because we used the same image for Alexander at Superman, so that's okay. So with this, our application is complete and we've learned about JWT authentication, MongoDB, Nodejs, and socket.io. We used all the latest technologies to build this full stack chat application, and hopefully you guys learned a lot while building this application with me. So if you like this project and you want me to build more projects like this, then do like the video and subscribe the channel if you haven't already. And do share this video with your React Native friends or colleagues. And you can get the source code for this project on my website, codewithnomi.com. Just visit my website and go to the project section. Here you will find all the projects that we have built so far. The first one is the full stack chat application that we built in this video. You can get the source code from here, and you can also check out other cool projects that we have here and get the source code for them. Make sure to subscribe to my newsletter to get the latest news about these projects. So this is it for this video and I'll see you in the next one.